second visit to the Global Irish Civic Forum, and it's really great to be back here with everyone, meeting new friends, and making our connection stronger.
Yeah. So being part of a global Irish family is much like being part of any Irish family in the sense of there's always a shared connection. You don't have to spend too much time talking to anyone to find somebody you have in common. It doesn't matter where you're from or how old you are, you'll find somebody in common eventually if you keep talking. But I think there's something in that around that connection that we have and the affinity that we have for each other that really binds us in that sense, and that mission and that sense of keeping that alive. It's not something that we think will die out as there's less and less emigration from Ireland, but actually that's something that will keep our communities thriving in that, and that sense of being a global family is really, really important, and that's why it's so important to come to face to face.
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity to connect with the Department of Foreign Affairs here and thank them at one level for all the support that they give us around the world. It's also an opportunity for us to network with other Irish community organisations on a global scale. Yes, we know the organisations that are in our own part of the world, for instance, in my case in New York, for instance, but it gives us a bigger picture in terms of the Irish abroad and the diaspora and what we can do to help each other.
Our organisation in Canada, we couldn't do it without the support of the Immigrant Support Programme, and obviously the financial support is critical, but there's so much more that comes with the support that we get from the ESP. A conference like we're at this week, all the sharing of best practices across various organisations worldwide, the ESP keeping us all connected, it's a tremendous value.
Good morning, everyone. Just a flavour there of some of the thoughts and contributions that we had on day one. Welcome along to day two. Hope everyone is well rested and ready to go. Before we go on, I wanted to take just a moment because it's been so nice arriving here the last couple of mornings to the beautiful music being played. We had Émer Walsh yesterday morning, world champion on uilleann pipes, and this morning we had Claire Walsh from Culleton playing wonderfully on the fiddle. So I just wanted to give both of them a mention. Now, I know we packed an awful lot in yesterday. Today is a little bit shorter for us all. We're going to have 2 more panel sessions this morning, and we're also going to have an open mic session. You will see on the tables in front of you, there's a sheet of paper. That's what we're going to frame that discussion around today. So you can have a look at that, have a look at some of the questions being posed, see if there's anything you kind of want to contribute and talk around that. We will have mics that will be here on the floor. We'll have people running the mics out to you. And I am conscious as well, we do have people watching live on YouTube. These sessions are being streamed there. So whether you're in Ireland, just can't get to hear, or whether you're overseas. And if you do want to contribute, there is the Slido app. Just go to the brochure, scan the QR code. You'll be able to get the Slido app and put your comments in there. So we do want to get lots of comments in. But we will get underway for this morning with panel number 4. This one is focused on our culture, Irish arts and cultural organisations as connections to the Irish diaspora and international audiences. So I'd like to welcome our moderator to the stage for this one, Síobhra Quinlan, who is the cultural officer at the Irish Consulate in LA, along with all the panellists for us.
My name is Kathleen McManus.
I'm Rob Shaw-Smith.
And we're with Irish Theatre. We were founded in 2013. So we've been around for, in June it'll be 10 years.
And we have, over the course of the last decade, been very fortunate to get funding from ESP. We started off in 2014 with Philadelphia, Here I Come by Brian Friel. Then we did The Playboy of the Western World. We then had funding for the 100th anniversary of Ulysses. We did a production of Ulysses. And we're doing our first show that is homegrown. We're doing a show that's the Legend of Finn McCool. And that's going to happen this summer, all with help from ESP.
And this Christmas, we're going to be presenting Atlanta's first ever canto, written by the Irish writer Carl Harper of Maryville Productions. He's consulting with us to help us make it a very homegrown Atlanta event with Irish roots.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and good morning. Welcome back, everybody. This morning we will be discussing Irish arts and culture as connectors to the Irish diaspora and to new international audiences. We'll be exploring the work of Irish cultural organisations in engaging with local communities, the role of Irish arts in catalysing this engagement, and challenges encountered in connecting with both diaspora and new audiences, and the journey from the national to the international presentation of Irish arts. So I'm joined this morning by an esteemed panel of cultural organisations and artistic presenters. I'd like to introduce Natalie O'Shea, founder of and executive director of the Celtic Junction Arts Festival in Minnesota. Emma Smith, the artistic director and CEO of the Liverpool Irish Festival. Jim Culleton, theatre director and artistic director of Fishamble, the new play company. Liz Kelly, the director of Poetry Ireland. And William Peat, the executive director of the Canada-Ireland Foundation. So this week I've had the pleasure of being back home, and I had the pleasure of stopping by a magnificent exhibition at Émer. The exhibit was by an artist called Sarah Pearce. Her exhibition is Scene of the Myth. It comprises 12 installations spanning 20 years. And there was one particular installation that really caught my eye. I was extremely struck by this piece of work. Sarah Pearce is an artist from New York who is resident in Ireland, and part of her exhibit explores the complexity of the diaspora experience. And there was a quote on the wall by Stuart Hall, which I'd love to share with you all. The quote says, "The diaspora experience is defined not by essence or purity, but by the recognition of a necessary heterogeneity and diversity, by a conception of identity which lives with and through, not despite difference, by hybridity." And it's this hybridity that I'd like us to utilise as a diving board of sorts for us to dive into our conversation. And Natalie, the richness of your experience, and the richness of you coming to know Ireland through Irish arts, and Irish arts also being a mechanism through which you come to know your community in Minnesota. Could you fill us in on that?
Sure. I do both, I suppose. I am a hybrid. I'm only just 4th or 5th generation Irish mutt in America, and I don't mean that in a poor way. I mean it in a very creative way. I think that people in America are, some may be cultural orphans, but some of us are out there doing really deep exploration across cultures because we're made up of so many cultures. My experience coming to Irish culture really began, I suppose, with my family, and it was very simple. It was the grain beer, it was the corned beef, it was the cabbage, it was the parades, and it was very, very surface. It was very, very stereotypical, and I suppose, it's a small world. Disneyland would be about as deep as it ever got. But I met and married one of the original river dancers from the Eurovision Song Contest, and he's a dancer, he's a musician, he's a Gaelic speaker, and he and I lived here in Dublin for a period of time after we finished touring, and then left with the first pandemic. We were an extra diaspora because of the pandemic, and what we wanted to do was try to create a little cultural island in the middle of the prairies of the United States. So if you're not familiar with the geography of Minnesota, if you drew a line across the center of the continent of North America, we'd be kind of there just at the top of the states next to Canada. Sometimes we have a better affinity with Canada. And then down the center. So we're right in the middle, and there was a lovely community of some music and some dance, but what we did is, if you build it, they will come. So we have a 15,500 square foot building. We established a dance school. I'm a founding vice president for a traditional music school. We've started Cúrcal Choras. We've been doing Gaelic speaking. We established an education center so that we actually have really deep exploration and knowledge of Irish history, of literature, of the language, and of all the cultural arts. And what we have, it's really been stunning because people did come. They respond in a really deep and beautiful way to the culture. And because we offer so many different options, they can come and pick what part that they relate to. And we have, I'd say, about 500 people a week taking weekly classes, really deeply exploring one of those types of arts. So this isn't a festival. They don't stop in once. They don't come by for a singular event. Of course, we've got 4 programs. We have a cultural library established with Owen McKiernan's bequest of books. He was the founder of the Irish American Cultural Institute. We have our education program I mentioned. We have our concerts and events programs where we're bringing Jim Culleton's piece over, connecting with people all across America with different performances coming in. And then our outreach. So we actually take the language to schools, and there's schools, they're very multicultural. We have a very, a wide range, even though it's a Nordic state. I'd say 80% of our clients, of our audience, have no Irish connection. None. And I find that stunning. Now, we do have some expats. We have some first-generation immigrants. We have some people that, they could tell you about their past, the different families from the different counties, etc. But by and large, we are serving Irish culture and audience to people who just plain love it. And it stuns me every day. And they love it deeply, so that our students that come through, they might be Hispanic. They might actually be Russian, Latvian, Croatian. We've had a lot of Eastern European folks through. Ukrainian, we've had Eastern Indian students. And they're not coming because of affinity with an ancestry. They're coming because of an affinity with the arts. There's something deep and primal and beautiful in the music, in the dance, in the language, the filiart, the poetry, which I can't wait to hear about from Liz, that makes people connect deeply with themselves and then also to each other. And it's something that teaches me every day. Every day is stunning. And it's something that I'm really excited to share with you. I could talk ad nauseum, but I won't. Because I want to hear from these fantastic people as well and have the conversations that are coming.
Thank you, Natalie. Emma, what does this hybridity mean to you?
So I guess with Liverpool Irish Festival, so already we're looking at that kind of hybridity of it being English and Irish. But of course, Liverpool's not quite English. There's a sort of sense of it being other and othered. And so sort of picking up on those sort of hidden in plain sights sort of stories, I think, has become really important to us. But also, it's a vehicle for looking at identity, I think, thinking about hybridity that way. So Stuart Hall had that wonderful line about thinking about race and hybridity as an unfinished conversation. Mm-hmm. We're still having that conversation in Liverpool a lot. And one of the ways that we're doing that is we're looking at discrete and distinct communities. So Liverpool has a particular history with Ireland, but also with the rest of the world. So we have communities that are Irish and black. And I'm saying Irish and black because if you Google black Irish, it's about white people. So actually trying to make those distinctions and be really mindful about those heritages is really important to us. Thinking about our Irish Chinese community in Liverpool, because we have one of the oldest Chinese communities in the world outside of China, and picking that up and making specific invite into those hybrid groups to say, you're really welcome here, can we celebrate this part of you? And one of the things that we found by talking with those communities is that quite often they feel that one side of their identity is more visible than the other, and that the other side is often ignored or minimized. People don't seem to be allowed to be double identitied. They're less than half. And so we really try and make sure that we try and celebrate every part of that identity and give people agency to play with the Venn and really celebrate the stuff that happens in the middle and say, where is this juxtaposed, or where does this really flatter the other side of your identity? How can we celebrate that? So that hybridity has become really important to us, and thinking about contemporary culture and how that clashes with traditional culture, or how, because there's very little melding there that we see in the arts. There's very staid, beautiful and exceptionally skillful traditional art forms, but then they seem to be very much held in abeyance from contemporary thinking and practice. We see that more in theatre, actually, I think. There's an awful lot more of that kind of not needing to look back so much, in that it's allowed to sort of step forward and be free of an awful lot of those kind of cultural norms or tropes or whatever. But it's fascinating, and it's, arts and culture coming out of Irish people, Irish diaspora, and off the island is so well presented. It's really high quality, it's remarkably deep, it's exciting, it's dynamic, and I think that is absolutely to be celebrated and applauded and shared.
Playing with the Venn, I love that. So in my role as cultural officer of the Western US, I support contemporary Irish arts across the Western US, and it's such a treat and such a joy to connect with new audiences there and introduce them to contemporary Irish arts. And the surprise in LA when they find out, oh my God, there's hip hop coming out of Ireland, and to see that resonate with new audiences. A project that we recently engaged with and supported was Fishamble and Irish Reps Transatlantic Commissions. So Transatlantic Commissions is a project set up to address the historical marginalisation in Irish theatre. And both companies, with Fishamble based in Ireland and the Irish Rep based in New York, an ESP-funded organisation, jointly they commissioned 4 Black Irish writers. Jim, would you speak to that?
Yeah, thanks so much, Síobhra. Really interesting to be here. Thanks so much for having me, and what a great discussion already, hearing from Síobhra and Natalie and Émer. I suppose, like you were saying, Émer, in terms of the Transatlantic Commissions programme, I think theatre does have the ability to allow us think about where we've come from and what we're doing now, about what it's like to live now in the contemporary world and grapple with the issues we're grappling with, and to imagine other alternatives and other realities and possibilities for the future. And I suppose one of the great opportunities for artists and for companies like Fishamble in the last couple of decades, I think, has been the introduction of Culture Ireland over the last 18 years, and that's kind of opened up all kinds of opportunities for artists and for artists to engage with people all over the world, with the diaspora and with audiences, like Natalie was saying, sometimes Irish audiences, but sometimes people who just want to attend a night at the theatre and see what this person from Ireland has to say about their view of the world. And that's allowed Fishamble. Over the last 18 years, we've toured to 20 countries. We've had 16 productions in the last 16 years transfer off Broadway, and then I suppose the big game changer then, sort of since I think the founding of Culture Ireland for arts organisations and for artists, is the introduction of the heads of cultural affairs at the DFA. So Síobhra obviously in Los Angeles, and then Nick Quaife in New York, Kelly O'Connor in London, and the kind of opportunities that brings to kind of expand the network and to reach other communities and audiences that we possibly haven't reached before. So one of the recent examples of that was our production in 2021 of The Treaty, which was about the Anglo-Irish Treaty 100 years earlier in 1921, which, with the help of the DFA and of Kelly and with the support of the British Irish Chamber of Commerce, and it's great to see John McGrain here today at this, we brought to the embassy in London and had the most extraordinary conversations between politicians and British politicians and Irish people and the Irish diaspora and a whole cross-section of the community, having discussions that people felt wouldn't have happened without theatre being at the centre of that or being a catalyst for that. And similarly then, the project that Síobhra mentioned, the Transatlantic Commissions programme, kind of came out of a desire a few years ago in Fishamble when we were talking about whose plays we produce and who has a voice on the stage and whose voices reach audiences and what voices are we missing. And we kind of thought, well, there seem to be a lot of Black Irish writers writing poetry, I think, and short stories. That was our sense of it anyway. And we thought, well, where are the plays? Apart from 1 or 2 writers, we really couldn't think of writers of colour or Black Irish playwrights writing plays. And we thought, well, is there anybody out there? Are there people interested in this even? So we put a call out for some workshops for artists, which Feli Speaks, Felicia Olasanya ran for us. And we thought, will we even be able to find 12 people to fill the places in the workshop? And we got over 70 applications for that. And we thought, okay, people are out there, we just don't know them, or they just don't think theatre is for them. So that's the job we need to do. So that was a very rewarding and successful process. And from that then, the Irish Repertory Theatre in New York saw that we were doing something similar to them. We were looking to sort of find new voices in theatre. Fishamble and the Irish Rep are both 35 years old this year. We thought, well, let's come together and commission 4 writers to write about their view of the world. So we commissioned Felly Speaks themselves, and then also Jade Jordan and Kwaku Fortune and C.N. Smith to write short plays, which we then presented as readings in the Project Art Centre, and then with the help of Síobhra and Culture Ireland, and Nick, we brought to New York, to the Irish Rep, and then to Los Angeles and to San Francisco. And I suppose you'd hope that theatre, one of the things we hope in Fishamble is that theatre contributes through the art form to the national conversation and international conversations. And so it was really rewarding that we had the plays, and then we had a discussion afterwards. And for those of you who've been at post-show discussions or involved in theatre, you'll know that usually maybe a quarter or a third of the interested people hang around afterwards. But everyone thought, no, the discussion is like the second half of the evening. So we did our readings, and then everyone stayed to chat about it and talk about it. And a whole range of experiences, like you were saying, Síobhra, about people being surprised that there's hip-hop in Ireland. People were surprised at all sorts of things, and all sorts of, and the fact that there is a community of people who identify as black and Irish, or mixed race and Irish, and how they view the world and what they're saying about the world. And it led to really fascinating, interesting conversations. And also, interesting that the plays were so wildly different. I think there was kind of a sense from some people that thought, we thought we were going to see some sort of, 4 plays by 4 writers, but maybe capturing, a view of the world. But you're going, no, there's as wide a range of voices within that community as there is in any other community, which was really interesting to see. And we brought the writers. Some of the writers are also performers. They went on tour to the States with us, and then we employed actors in each city to kind of take part in the readings as well with us. And that was partly a way to make it work within the budget, but also a way to genuinely engage with the theatre community in each city. So we weren't just kind of landing in and disappearing, that we were kind of getting to know some of the actors and artists in those cities. We were sort of thinking, when we go to Los Angeles, are there any actors of colour that could do a really good Irish accent? Because it would kind of, wouldn't work if we didn't have somebody with a good Irish accent. And I thought, I wonder if Ruth Nega is around and what she's up to at the moment. So we dropped her an email, and she immediately said she'd do it. She had Sundays off. She's filming a remake of Presumed Innocent with Jake Gyllenhaal at the moment, which is all very fancy. But she said, if I could just do it on the Sunday, I'll absolutely come along. And so it was great to have people of her stature kind of obviously brought a buzz to it as well. And people in America, not realising Ruth is from Limerick, were very impressed with her Irish accent, which is the least of her worries on the day. But it was a really rewarding experience, and we're looking at expanding that programme and seeing how we develop that, and with great gratitude to Síobhra and all the work at the DFA for making that kind of work happen, and just and being able to use theatre to open up new conversations and new ways of seeing the world, which I suppose is what theatre is all about, really.
Thanks so much, Jim. Yeah, and as you say, I mean, in terms of presenting Irish arts internationally, collaboration is key. And playing with the Ven, as Emma says, there are so many moving parts, and it was such a joy to be involved in transatlantic commissions and collaborating with Fishamble in that way. And for my colleagues and counterparts, cultural officers, so Nick Quaife in New York, Candice Gordon in Berlin, Kelly O'Connor in London, jointly we're and speaking of hybridity, actually, 3 or 4 of our roles are jointly supported by both the Department of Foreign Affairs and Culture Ireland. So together, we're working jointly to, expand Ireland's cultural footprint, and seeing also in terms of sustainability, if a production is touring, can it tour through several continents, and can we help, flesh out those tours and meaningfully expand them and build these circuits then for future Irish artists to tread those boards as well. And Poetry Ireland provided myself and my colleagues with the first opportunity to really have what I call an Avengers Assemble moment and come together. So through the Arts Council International Residency Initiative Scheme, Poetry Ireland have created a unique residency for artists across the globe. Liz, could you speak to that project,
yes,
please?
Thank you, Síobhra, and hello everybody, it's really great to be here. And Síobhra, of course, you have been incredibly supportive, as has Nick in New York, Candice in Berlin, and Kelly in London. So we called our international residency scheme Ivad Again, which means far afield. And We designed each residency's very particular thing. So each residency is calibrated, or each residency is designed to really speak to the incredible diversity of poets and poetry which we now have in Ireland. So the poets who are heading out across the globe on our behalf are early career poets and come from a range of backgrounds, and they really do reflect the Ireland in which we now live, and we were keen to put that out there into the world. So one of the poets has actually finished her residency. She went to Edinburgh. Liz Houghton went to Edinburgh and worked with the Scottish Poetry Library. We were particularly keen for her to connect with a primary school in Edinburgh, because we run a huge national programme called Writers in Schools, and through Writers in Schools we run out visits to schools by writers in about 400 locations around Ireland, north and south. So Liz was developing her skills as a writer in schools, and managed to work in this Royal Mile Primary School in Edinburgh, which has the most diverse population of students in the entire city. So we matched, or we paired that school then with St Mary's on Dorset Street, which again is a very diverse school. So the whole point of it is that we enrich the poets' experience, we broaden their network, we connect them with others, and we actually enhance their own experience as well. So the residency is all about developing that network, making those connections. Liz managed to record a podcast with Kathleen Jamie, who's the current Scottish Macar, just before she came home. So that residency is just finished, but it means that she has that connection on an ongoing basis now with that community in Edinburgh, and they with her, and she's going to come on to our Writers in Schools programme and work as a writer in schools here for us. The residency in Manchester has also commenced. Molly Toomey is working with this fantastic company called Quarantine in Manchester, and again, a lot of our work is around not just the poet on the page or the poet delivering in a kind of a very formal literary sense, but also exploring ways in which the poet can work with other artists. So in this case, Molly has been working with a digital artist and a community artist, and they're observing people as they go about their business in Manchester and live writing. So it's a live writing project with projections, and it'll be web-based. So the digital world, the poet and the contemporary artist, all there kind of meshing together. And Molly will go back again in June, revisit that experience, and we hope to run an iteration of the project in Galway, possibly later on in the year. Again, that whole kind of broadening of experience, the networking, the opportunity to do things in a different way, to push the boundaries of what people understand by poetry. James Conor Patterson then is going to Berlin in June as part of the Poesy Festival. There's a brilliant organisation in Berlin called House for Poesy, which is similar to us in Poetry Ireland in the sense that they're a resource organisation for poets. So it's about the education of the poet, the connecting of the poet with public. And he would be part of a huge international festival which they run in June. He'll run some workshops, he'll have his work translated into German, he'll have an opportunity to work in the office at House for Poesy, again broaden his own experience and having his work translated into German, thereby opening a whole new audience for the work of an early career poet is hugely valuable. Then in the United States, Niti Casa will visit New York later on in the year, working with an organisation called Cave Canem. And Cave Canem was established to address the issues of underrepresentation of African American poets in the literary scene in the United States. They've been hugely successful around their work, around that objective. So Niti is going to work with them, and she'll also have access to the Schoenberg collection, and to the New York Public Library system, and hopefully a performance as well at the Irish Arts Centre, which we all love in New York. It's such a fantastic resource for all of us there. And then finally, Roisin Kelly is going to a place called Tippet Rise in Montana, which, and Roisin herself would say that she loves remoteness. She lives in Leitrim, so she's going to Montana, and Tippet Rise is about as remote as it gets. It's a 20,000 acre farm with artist residencies in really, really deep rural Montana near Bozeman. So she's going to have some time there, but she'll be working with some Indigenous communities there and also giving a lecture at Bozeman at the university and just generally connecting, doing some readings, having some time out there, and then, by complete contrast, going to San Francisco to read at Litwig at the other end of her residency. So that's the 5 that we'll be rolling out over the year. They're short, they're about 3 to 4 weeks per residency. But again, it's about the networking, the connecting, the developing audience, and also from the point of view of Poetry Ireland as well, connecting us with those organisations. And I would say that we've been pushing an open door because of the phenomenal reputation of Irish poets and poetry. You know, it isn't hard for us to actually make connections. You pick up the phone and you say that you're calling from Poetry Ireland anywhere in the world, and people go, oh yes, there's an immediate recognition. And that has really been supported and helped by Culture Ireland and by people like yourself, Síobhra, on the ground, always looking for opportunities to put Irish poetry out there and into the world. So we're learning from these residencies, and we hope to roll them out again in 24 and 25. So it's been a really exciting year for us.
Thanks so much, Liz.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been a fascinating learning curve for me over the past year, witnessing the multiplicity of ways in which Irish arts can present themselves within the Western US and connect with diaspora and new audiences, be that through partnering with local organisations, working with leading Irish cultural organisations, or touring ephemerally. And I suppose I'm fascinated by this journey of, you know, before there's a bricks and mortar building, the ways in which one can engage with community and establish a cultural identity. And William, with the Canada-Ireland Foundation working towards the establishment of a bricks and mortar building, could you fill us in on how you guys are navigating this process and establishing yourselves there and engaging meaningfully with communities?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. And again, thank you to the DFA for putting this on. I don't know how I'll go back on Monday without being serenaded by Irish musicians every morning. But it's a great question, and I think it comes very similar to what a lot of people have spoken today, is that kind of multifaceted engagement and trying to connect. I kind of, in a way, joke to Rob, the Monty Python-esque, what have the Romans ever done for us? It's kind of, what have the Irish ever done, or what can they do? I think what Jim said is exactly right. You know, Jim's tool is theatre, so he sits in Dublin and he looks at what's going on around me and how can theatre engage with that. For Canada-Ireland Foundation, that's Irish identity, or the island of Ireland. So the kind of trick is in the name to a certain degree. We're the Canada-Ireland Foundation. I'm Irish. I spent my career and my academic life before that studying the Irish diaspora and working in it. But Canada-Ireland Foundation is a Canadian organisation. We're based there. We were founded there. And so we work every day to engage with a Canadian audience, specifically mostly a Toronto audience. We have illusions of grandeur to be all Canada, but not quite there yet. And so when we put on, we're also bringing over Fishamble and Humour's Abandoned. When that's on that night, our competition is not the Peacock, it is not the Gate Theatre, it's not the Abbey, it is Soul Pepper in Toronto, it is the Canadian Stage. So we're trying to attract and entice Canadians and Torontonians in, and how does Irish identity or Irish culture affect them, and what lessons can they learn from that? And so that kind of takes us all over the map in terms of we do history and heritage. We have an academic on contract who works on creating exhibits, learning about the Irish in Canada, which I could talk for days on. That's a fascinating endeavour. And the Canadian ambassador, the Irish ambassador to Canada is here. He's doing 50 Irish Lives, which looks at Irish people and the huge effect they've had on Canada. So we present that in a variety of different ways. We then do the contemporary art series, so theatre. Toronto is a music town, so a lot of music for that as well. And then we're looking at a plan to do lifelong education as well, which I spoke a little bit about yesterday at my point. And so through that and curating that with a strong sense of, you know, we're not trying to be all Ireland, or we're not trying to be every version of Irish identity. We curate what we want to talk about, how we want to talk about it, and we curate it for a Toronto audience. So specifically, as I was saying to Natalie earlier, Toronto, 52% were born in a separate country, 54% are visible minorities. It's a very liberal country. Canada in general, it was a hegemonically kind of white culture until end of World War II, and then rapidly became multicultural, which Dublin has done the exact same in the last 20 years. So these are fascinating conversations to be had. And then we kind of look at three cohorts. So We look at our community, which is Irish people and Irish Canadians, and they, directly want to engage with their Irish culture. We then have a Toronto audience who Irish culture itself is good enough, as Natalie is saying, that anyone with any kind of interest in theatre or music will come to an Irish artist and be blown away by their skill and what they're doing. And then finally, we want to try and kind of curate that conversation. So Ireland has lessons, or has learned lessons that it can bring to Canada. We're talking with Manachán McGann again. He's been doing amazing work with Indigenous people across North America and the Aboriginals in Australia, and that has massive resonance to be able to bring Irish culture and what Irish language can kind of have an equal conversation with the Indigenous First Nations. Toronto or Takaronto, which is the traditional name where we operate. We're on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit River, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, the Cree Nations, and so there's all of these. Toronto itself specifically was kind of, it means the bowl with one spoon, which everyone would come to and gather together. So there's this 15,000 years of Indigenous history there. That's incredibly important to the city, to the citizens of that city. And so we can bring over an Irish artist and begin to engage with them on that. And that's really special when Irish culture is kind of toe-to-toe and helping to work on that. On the kind of darker side, Canada does have reconciliation going on. It does have the residential schools, which was a very dark period in Canadian history, but very similar to the the laundries and what was going on here. And so there's lessons, and there's artists have been reflecting that and refracting that, so bringing those back. And so, we've had to work nomadically around the city, but I think, we're kind of in many ways a branding house. We work very hard on polishing what we do, our brand and our image, and so people have a very strong identity of who we are and what we're about. And then again, you get into the arts, you think you're going to listen to great Irish music the whole time, but instead it's spreadsheets and analytics. So we spend a lot of time looking at, where our audiences are, where the hit rates are, if we put it on this media versus that media. And so we just spend a lot of time. So ultimately, I've now become a Toronto arts organization that specializes in Ireland. And so we spend our whole time kind of looking at that. And then hopefully September next year we'll have our building, which will be a space where we can continually bring people and expand our programming. We have 365 days, God forbid, because we don't do anything near that at the moment, but eventually we'll get it to a point where we have education throughout the week, and then leaning into the arts into the weekend. Big exhibits because again, Toronto, it's crap in the wintertime, so something that you can go in and be warm and spend a bit of time on would work well. And so trying to curate all of them and just bring them around. And then finally, working nomadically, the great kind of advantage of that is we've created fantastic partnerships. I was talking to Liz. We have great partnerships with the Toronto International Festival of Authors because of that, with TIFF, with the Art Gallery of Ontario, with the Royal Ontario Museum. So because we've had to go and work everywhere, we've developed partnerships with all of these people. And so again, we can then work with the city. So I get talking to Natalie, our space will fit 140 people standing, 120 people sitting, so a little bit smaller than yours. But because we now have partnerships, if we're bringing artists over who can go to a bigger location, we know who to talk to. We're the kind of experts on the ground for that as well. So so ultimately what we try to do is think about it for, what do the Canadians need? What are they interested in having a look at? And how can Ireland or Irish identity kind of pinpoint that? Sometimes it's history and heritage, sometimes it's contemporary art, sometimes it's a gathering with a pint of Guinness and a chat and a network and, a talk from a business leader. It's a bit of everything, but it's always with that lens of, what can the Irish do for us?
Thanks so much, William. A question to pose to the group. I'm intrigued to learn of what learnings have been imparted to you from the communities that you engage with.
Well, I'd actually love to follow up with what William was saying. Knowing your audience is a huge part of it, and I've already explained. There's not a huge amount of Irish immigration right into where we are in the Twin Cities in Minnesota, but what people are identifying with is what we're following. We're really listening, and that's part of that challenge. Is that we can talk. The danger, of course, of talking heads is that you don't take that information back. One of the people in the prosperity panel said it really is about the listening. We're trying to listen to what our audiences want and what they're seeking. With our multicultural audience, we too have done some partnerships, particularly with our Indigenous community. Our area is indigenously both Dakota and Anishinaabe. We've been working with an Ojibwe tribe, and one of the really neat things that they've taught us, we did an exchange that had bits of dance. We did an exchange that included music, because of course the rhythmic backgrounds, I mean, that's so primal, you can take that just about anywhere. But then also the language piece, and we really went deep into the language as we're doing exploration within our Minnesota community to restore native names to some of the locations, which we use then the conversation about using Irish language names of Irish places. What does it mean? Monica, he's so infectious because he came over and he did this whole thing, and we had a long conversation after his show about how much we've learned from our community about how we can reach out in partnership with these other these other cultural groups and what they are teaching us in return. And there's been a great response to that. We did an exchange with a Bollywood group, which was amazing. We have had, of course, different involvement with Brazilian music, the San Patricios. We did a lovely exchange called Comer with a North African group that we sponsored. And the response from our audiences is phenomenal. They want to see, as they explore who they are with their own culture, whatever that may be, and it might be multiple parts of themselves, because we're all hybrid, most of us in America, and we're all immigrants unless we're native. So that by touching base from the viewpoint and from that beautiful ocular kind of vision of our roots, who we are as humans, how we identify with our culture, our language, our music, our dance, which of course belies then our belief systems, how we connect with each other, what we're looking for as we seek who we are in the rest of the world. Making the partnerships is the response to the bigger part of culture. And that way we're making new conversations, we're making new connections, we're making new music, and we're making new dance. And it's absolutely, that's part of what teaches me all the time. It's like exploration every day, and it's never dull, and it's really exciting. I can't wait to hear about more of what you guys are doing as well.
I think it's exactly that. For us as well. Every time you work with people, you engage with audiences, you work with artists, you kind of work with collaborators internationally. You're learning something, and you're finding out more. We're doing a project at the moment with companies in Scotland and Wales, with Barrack House in Wales and Theatre Galore in Scotland. It's a trilingual project which is also being supported by the British Irish Chamber of Commerce, and it's working in Scottish and in Welsh and in Irish. And even the conversations we're having are just opening up all sorts of new dilemmas to me. We're thinking in Ireland and Scotland we'd have English surtitles for people that don't speak those languages, whereas in Wales they're going, we won't be having any English surtitles. We might do Welsh surtitles for the Scottish and Irish bits, but we're not doing, we're not having English surtitles. People will understand Welsh. All kinds of levels of ways of working. We've worked internationally with musicians and with dancers, and we kind of think, a play rehearsals for 4 weeks. The dancers think, no, we need 7 or 8 weeks because we need to spend 2 hours, exercising and warming up and doing yoga in the morning. We're kind of going, we don't really do much yoga in the morning and plays. The musicians are looking at us going, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, are you out of your mind? I just thought I'd turn up on the day and be given the music and maybe have an hour or two to try it out. You learn things by collaborating all the time. I think the thing we learn most, I think, is that people sometimes say with plays that are very specific to Ireland and seem very local, how do people in Los Angeles or Sydney understand all that? And I think the thing you find is that the more truthful something is and the more honest something is from an artist, then the more it connects with people, and that we all are, we're all so connected, and that people, so we had a glossary. We had a show called Heaven in New York recently, and it's going to the Travers in Edinburgh for the festival, and we had a little glossary of terms because people didn't understand that, on my Todd meant on my own, and, up the duff meant pregnant. And then people said, remember because of the footballer Damien Duff, the people you say, I'm up the Damien, we're going, that's getting way too complicated. We're just trying to explain up the duff. But people were saying, even though I didn't have a clue what up the duff meant, my God, I connected with a couple in trouble with a marriage in crisis, and I rooted for them, and I really, so there's something about the more authentic something is, then no matter where you go in the world, people that might have no connection to Ireland, might, you know, barely know Ireland, kind of connect with that emotionally. And then I suppose that brings about, it's a way of connecting people to Ireland. I mean, people kind of get to, you just realise going around the world as well on tour and having the privilege of that people kind of say, you know, that have no connection really to Ireland will say, oh, I love James Joyce, or, you know, I went to Irish dancing classes, you know, from when I was a child, even though there's no Irish connection, you know, like you were saying in a way, Natalie, with that, you know, and that's very reassuring that we're all so connected, and more than we sometimes think we are, you know.
Yeah, very much echoing that. I mean, we have found that as well with these international residencies, that as I said, we are pushing an open door, but you immediately have that, even a professional network. You can pick up the phone to anybody, and the conversations are hugely enriching. You know, you're learning all of the time. Every conversation you have with somebody in Berlin or in Manchester or anywhere, you know, in the world, in terms of that kind of diaspora, that network of literature and cultural organisations, you're always learning something. And certainly the universality of the language is something that's really coming through very clearly. I mean, certainly for contemporary, for that, you know, early career poet, that younger generation coming through, the themes that we see emerging in Germany or in the Netherlands, those are very much echoed by what we're seeing coming through from that new generation of Irish poets. So those concerns are universal. I mean, James Conor Patterson will be going to Berlin. Their entire theme this year centres on the fact that, of course, on Europe's eastern flank, there's a war raging, and there's the refugee crisis, etc. So their entire theme centres on the political difficulties currently existing all around Europe. And they're unafraid of that. So there is something very, very interesting and very universal happening around the way people are expressing themselves, and the way we're learning from that is hugely enriching for us as well. I mean, in imagination, you know, we develop compassion and empathy. There's no question about that, and that is very clear from the work that we do, you know, that we do learn an enormous amount from that connection with others.
That's beautiful, thank you. Famous writer, Scouser, theatre maker, Willie Russell said, if you can tell one story really, really well, actually you tell lots of stories pretty well. And I think Irish arts do that in abundance. And certainly what we're seeing in our communities is they're thirsty for those stories, and they're thirsty for things that they can look into to help them self-identify more. I think there's an awful lot of questioning happening around that. Liverpool particularly, I think, is going, I mean, I recognise that globally this is happening. There is a kind of unpicking of the colonialism that has led to the way that Liverpool is built. But in doing that, looking at the Irish influence on the character of the city, on the fabric of the city, you know, Liverpool's a sandstone city. Didn't think I'd be saying that today, but it is. And the curbstones of all of the docks that were hand-built by an awful lot of the Irish are made of Irish granite. And people need to know that, and they see themselves in that. And when they hear those things and can connect with that, and they can touch Ireland in Liverpool, they're deeply connected by that, and we're learning that all the time. Also, they're remarkably clever. Like, really clever, taking on very big concepts, very deep things, and a lot of information. And I think there is a tendency in some sectors to maybe dumb things down, and we found we just can't. You can't get away with that with our communities. They're brilliantly inquisitive. And as a festival, we really struggle, actually, because we've got 10 days a year in October to sort of make our mark. And there are brilliant services in Liverpool all year round with Irish Community Care and with the Liverpool Irish Centre. So working in partnership with them and keeping ourselves relevant via them is really important. So, you know, we work with about 80 partners every year, even though we're only a 10-day festival. So that partnership is incredibly important, and communities see that. So we are the mirror of that community. They're all networked. They're all using all of these different venues, all of those partners, and seeing us working with them actually is a reflection of them, I think. So that's something our communities have taught us, that we are better together. We need that network.
Yeah, I think the two quick lessons I've learned, number one, it's a bit granular to Canada, but Toronto, for example, is known as the Belfast of North America. Massive Northern Irish population. Traditionally, it's been a Northern Irish Protestant population moving to Canada, which you instantly then learn don't dare be overwhelming in what you would think Irish identity is, and don't do a top-down understanding of it. Irish identity is so multifaceted for so many people. And again, nowadays as well, Irish identity is, I was at the Dublin Fringe, and it's a woman born in Nigeria who moved over here as a child, is naturalised Irish, grew up in Tala, knows nothing else but living there. So her Irish identity is fantastic and multicultural and something to be celebrated and shared, and that's Irish culture now. So I learned that quickly going to Toronto, which is don't try to be kind of top down with these things. Allow all versions of Irish identity or Irishness to be brought out and celebrated. And then again with the Indigenous side of things, moving to Canada, I thought Ireland was part of the British Imperial Project. We were kind of, during the famine, we were victims of that as well. And then going over to Canada, you learn very quickly that they understand that by dint of moving to Canada, they became, in many ways unwittingly, but perpetrators of that imperialist settlement of Canada. So they took land off the Indigenous people, and they felt that. So they our community, informed us to be very clear about that and to understand it and to engage with it. And so I've had to learn as an Irish person what the Canadian Irish are interested in. And so, listening to them and their version of Irish identity and their version of the world is so important. And I've learned so much from that. And, that obviously helps inform the program. But it's been a great privilege as someone who grew up in Dublin to move to another country and see an entire history of Ireland that I was unaware of, and that kind of fascinating interconnection. And, the Canadian government, a lot of it is formed by Irish people moving to Canada and being like, okay, we're messing up with what's going on between Catholics and Protestants. There's a lot of issues around that. So coming to Canada, we're going to ensure that doesn't happen. And so a lot of the Canadian government is based off of parity of the French and the English. So the kind of Catholic French-speaking minorities and the English majority. And so the Canadian government is designed to be 50-50, even though they're a smaller version of the population. And that was to allow that equilibrium and allow both sides of the culture to come together. So to learn all about that and learn about that history of Irish people in a foreign country really helping develop it and really helping look and reflect their own idea has been a massive personal privilege, but also really helps inform our programming.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much, all.
If I could follow up with that, I think that what William's saying about it's informing us. There's a danger here as we sit, sometimes talking about things, and looking at the program, and it's got the nice diagrams, and it looks like silos of ideas. We've got the people, the values, the prosperity, the culture, and then the influence. Did I get them all? I think I did. But what that is, that's kind of a patriarchal structure, put into this framework. And I'm sorry it is. And what we're learning by engaging with culture and from our deepest selves of our sense of our authentic identity as we discover what that is internally, and then we take that out to others, that we've learned from our Indigenous groups that they don't ever put a stage and a line and people talking at other people. Mm-hmm. They bring the people kind of to set the ceremony into the center. They give thanks to each other and to the moment to be here. And it's always done circularly, always. And that's informed us in such a way. So I think what the arts do, and what I'm hearing from each one of you in your own special ways, is it helps us decolonialize our minds. Mm-hmm. The arts do. Mm-hmm. It helps get us out of our heads. And if you think, the poetry, it comes out of our mouth and our throats, and it's so beautiful. And the music comes out of our throats and our hands, and the games. I promised I'd mention the God. It comes out of our bodies. Our bodies engage with that. The dance comes out of our feet. What the arts do, what culture does, is it helps us inhabit ourselves and helps us know ourselves. And only until we know ourselves can we know others. And so what it does is it takes the great pillars, all those silos of information that we've so carefully put into these boxes, and actually turns them in on themselves. And it creates this incredible web and connectivity that you cannot explain away. You can't put a network like top down on it. And I think that's exactly it. And who was saying that? But you can't be the top down. William, that was you, right? What the arts do is it brings us into ourselves, into our hearts and into our souls. And that's how people connect. And that's why this works. It's such a valuable part of the Irish power across the world. And I think you guys absolutely don't underestimate it. And that's where I'm at. You know, there's so much power around it.
Natalie, thank you so much. And as we pivot from the linear to the circular, we'd like to open the discussion to the floor. Do we have any questions to pose to the panel? Sorry, could we dim the lights a tiny bit? Or bring up the house lights? Oh, here we go.
There's a lady over here.
Hi, Ted Smith, represent Glucksman Ireland House in NYU, and I can only speak to the Irish-American experience, but this is a great panel. Siobhra, thank you for chairing it. I've learned so much, confirming that, I guess, if they say all politics is local, all culture is local and global, because you take the global Irish and then you transition it into local identity and roll with that. And we've got to validate that, and you are all validating that in your individual cities and regions. It's a much more complex thing. It can't be really put in a box. You have to run with it as, you know, as best you can. But it would be good to bottle, to have a template out of what you are all talking about today, so it could be shared with Irish organizations, particularly, you know, we have great, 6 cultural officers in the United States now, which is really a great step forward.
6 across the globe. So we have 2 in the United States, 1 in the United Kingdom, 1 in Germany, 1 now in Sao Paulo looking after Latin America, and 1 in Beijing looking after China.
Wow. Well,
and our family is growing.
Between you and Nick in the United States, it seemed like you were 6. So well done.
Thank you, Ted.
But, you know, we did this survey, back to the old boring topic I talk about, which is market research. We did this survey on Irish America, and if you want to hear more about it, we'll be doing a webinar next Wednesday. Just go on Glucksman Ireland House website. The survey is there, but we'll talk more about it with the pollsters. But, you know, one question is, are you a member of any of the following groups? Select all that apply. And the usual groups, and 72% were not members. And the most that were 15% were on online Irish groups, which talks to a bit about the COVID effect and trying to do hybrid meetings and so forth. But have you attended any of the following Irish-themed events? Select all that apply. 54% music concerts, I guess no surprise, from Bing to Bono. 46% theatrical or dance performances, 20% art exhibits, 16% lectures, 11% book readings, and 30% none of the above. Now that's just amongst many different answers, but it gives us some idea, and if you do your research at local level, even better, because it obviously differs a great deal between Massachusetts and Georgia in the United States. And we have, you know, maybe we go where the audience is, but we'd like to keep the rest of it going as well. And what Síobhra is doing in Los Angeles with Screen Ireland is absolutely fantastic as a way of reaching out. The green wave is having such an impact. So, you know, let's roll with whatever we can. But one final thought is, the challenge for us in Glucksman Ireland House is, do we go back to in-person meetings or do we go back to hybrid? If we do an online streaming, we find some people just stay at home in their house in Connecticut or New Jersey or Brooklyn and watch it and don't come in and participate in that wonderful interpersonal connection we have afterwards when we have a cup of tea or a glass of wine. So what we're doing is, and I'm sure many of you are doing the same thing, we're recording it and then putting it out on our YouTube connection so that people can watch it later. Now, who's going to sit down for an hour and a half or an hour and watch something on YouTube? Maybe not a lot of people, but at least it's archived there if people want to watch it in their own leisure. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Ted. Thank you. I think we have a question here.
Hi, Michelle Sullivan. I'm Vice President of the Ireland-Canada Chamber of Commerce, and thank you very much to the panel. There's one thing that really resonated with me, and I think it's a challenge that a few of you laid down that I think that the rest of us should be listening to and picking up, which is the piece about decolonization and working with our indigenous nations. So in Canada, First Nations, Inuit, Métis, but also looking at how we structure our organizations, the way that we run meetings, and thinking about how we can decolonize. So thank you very much for raising those points. I think that they're very important. We've had the benefit today of hearing from a representative of the traveller community. These are people that we should be engaging with here and in our communities. As a Chamber of Commerce, we should be sitting down with our First Nations representatives as well and learning from them. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I think we have another question here.
There's some more on this side.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. It's Pauline from the Traveller Movement, and just really building on the previous comments, thank you for those. Great panel and brilliant input. And really that focus on the Indigenous people is so impressive and feels really, deep and meaningful. I have a question, which is, as Irish travellers, as the Indigenous nomadic people of Ireland, how are you recognising them, or are you proposing to share the learning from the Indigenous people you're working with across the Americas back into Ireland, into our own people? Is that work that you've done in the past? Is that work that you're doing now, or is it work that you might propose to do in the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Yeah, it's certainly work that we intend to expand on. And as William touched on, Mancán Magán's project, Arán agus Im, of course the Irish for bread and butter, champions the Irish language and brings it into the fold, in an international context, and is sort of a vehicle through which Mancán can then engage with other Indigenous folks and set up this dialogue between Ireland and international communities. And actually, if Callie Shine or Maura O'Keefe are in the room, I'd love to hear them speak to the expanding of this project. Callie, are you here?
Yep, that's
Go
Callie.
down the very back. Or hang on for the mic. I can't hear you up here.
Say it all up for the mic.
Yeah.
Hi there. Thanks, Síobhra. I'm Callie Shine. I'm one of the associate producers at Once Off Productions that produces Mancán Magán's Arán agus Im. I'm also the associate producer at Fishamble, the new play company. So very excited to be here. It's a really interesting question from Pauline from the Traveller Nation, and definitely something that Mancán, and that project specifically, is interested in expanding and exploring Irish Indigenous culture, and where the intersections of Irish Indigenous culture lie with First Nations people and Native American cultures and the Aboriginal people in Australia. We are really excited to hopefully later this year send Mancán Magán back to North America to spend a bit more time both performing Arán agus Im for communities across the West Coast, and spend some kind of deep-rooted time engaging with communities there, and artists, makers, poets, writers who come from those communities. But it's a really interesting question that Mancán explores the Irish language, and he's not a traveller. He's not exploring the Indigenous traveller community, and I think it would be really exciting to see traveller art and traveller culture explored in that similar way.
Yeah, great. And just following on from what Callie's saying, Callie's obviously our fantastic producer producing Humans Abandoned with us in Fishamble, and also produced Arán agus Im. And I think it's something like, it's kind of feeds back for us in Fishamble. Certainly it's about whose voice is on stage and the range of voices explored. I mean, we've worked a lot with Rosaleen McDonough, who people might know as a really fantastic playwright who is a traveller. We've brought her work to the Kennedy Centre in DC. We produced a play by her in the Royal Hospital Kilmainham on the first anniversary of to celebrate traveller ethnicity. And she's kind of sort of really kind of through theatre, certainly kind of, I suppose, our prime example of somebody from the traveller community kind of bringing a voice to the stage. And the conversations with her are fascinating, just about the frustration of decades of non-travellers, representing travellers on stage. We're starting to see some fantastic, we've worked with John Connors as well on writing and developing his play on a scheme called Show in a Bag that we run with the Dublin Fringe and the Irish Theatre Institute, which is where Humours Abandoned came from, kind of helping performers create their own work. So I think we're starting to see the voices of the traveller community kind of flourish and grow, even though it's been I suppose a slow process.
Thanks. And we deliberately work with traveller community as well. We have been running poetry workshops with traveller poets, and we've created a number of opportunities for performance and readings by traveller poets as well. And we work with there's a traveller school in Bray, a primary school, which we work with on an ongoing basis. So within our own diversity and inclusion strategy, we have a very deliberate policy in relation to working with traveller communities and including traveller poets in everything that we do. So it's something that we're very, very serious and conscious of.
Thanks so much, Liz. Yeah, and as we were speaking earlier to these frameworks and these circuits that we're beginning to build, we hope a multiplicity of projects come through these frameworks, and we'd certainly welcome these projects to apply for Culture Ireland funding, and we'd very much so love to see them make their way to the United States. We have time for just one more question. We pivot to my blind spot of the room. My apologies. Okay, two more from the left side.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hello.
Mark McCormick, Irish Community Services in London. It's one for Natalie there. So you mentioned in Minnesota you having this education program and 500 people a week taking classes. So I feel like I'm going to ask to copy your homework here a bit. But is it possible for us to get a copy of the syllabus and ideally actually the program you're teaching itself? So it's something that we could take back and maybe look at integrating into what we do as part of an education program that we could deliver as well.
I'd be very happy to speak with you or share any of our planning or programming. One of the things that you might find challenging, and I'm not sure quite how we do it, is that most of our learning is actually, I'd say, 50% youth and 50% adults. So why don't you check in with me a little bit later? And just on the Indigenous note, I wanted to point out we've actually done a few programs. Of course, the government has the Choctaw Scholarship, recognizing the Choctaw gift. There's the sculpture that's been made. We've been doing programs with Anahuaca as we're looking at Indigenous language and how that connects us to our places. One of the things that's really come out of the Ojibwe language exchange that we've had is how their language and how their arts and how their culture connects them back to the land, the seasons, the movement of the earth. It's so deep and it's so amazing. And I wonder with these Indigenous communities across the globe, they're very powerful, and I think they're here with the culture and the language and the arts and the dance to help us connect back. And maybe that's part of what's informing our programming as well. And yeah, we'll speak about that and talk about that big picture, but there's so much beautiful stuff going on. I could talk about it all day, but I know our time's up.
Thank you, Natalie. And our final question?
Hello, everyone. Maura Kelly here, Purple Mountain Media. I've been sitting here for a few minutes, and my question's changed about 3 times at this point. So now, but it's been fascinating, and I love this. I've worked at PBS for over 20 years, public broadcasting service. So we've done a lot of work with the arts, education, all different types of groups, collaboration. So everything you're saying just really hit me. I love the exchanges that you're doing with all of the different groups. It's so contemporary. And we know that art is a universal language and that it's also an economic driver. And definitely, the point is well taken. It's so valuable to the global Irish because it's really where a lot of people first get a hint of anything Irish history or culture. So the question for me is, and either one or whoever wants to answer it, and measuring impact is always very important, and you measure it on so many different levels. But say from an economic development point of view, how do you measure the impact that you're having? When you have an audience, you're listening to them, they're engaging. Do you see that the audience wanting to do more education of Irish heritage? They want to travel to Ireland. They want to create they want to work with Irish playwrights. How do you measure the impact to see that you're going deeper and you're really resonating with the audience?
That's a really interesting question and a complex one. I suppose, yeah, in terms of economic development, I suppose if we look at the growth and the trajectory of the artist's career, and it's gorgeous to see, even over the past year, artists touring within the Western US and coming back to bigger audiences. CMAT comes to mind, and so does Circa Richardson, to that respect, where they play solo shows to smaller crowds and come back within the year and play to a crowd twice the size. So to see that growth within their own trajectory is fascinating. And then also on the ground, even following on from transatlantic commissions, following Felicia's performance, there's been requests from plays or theaters in Los Angeles to read her script and to open those conversations. So often, it's not an immediately tangible outcome, but the ripples that flow from such a performance sort of feed back in longer time. Now, we have two cultural offerings for you today. You're in for two treats. There's a virtual reality exhibit in the foyer created by Irish National Opera. This is the first community VR piece, first community VR opera piece to be created. They've worked with communities between Tala and Inishmaan, and the piece itself is in Irish, and it's a stunning visual feat. I highly recommend checking it out in the breaks. We also have a surprise for the end of the panel. I'd like to invite Margaret McAuliffe to make her way to the stage, and for Jim to fill us in on the upcoming Humour's Abandon tour.
Yes, thanks so much, Síobhra. Making way for Margaret to perform. So, Fishamble has been producing the play The Humour's Abandon by Margaret McAuliffe for a number of years. It was a great success in Edinburgh. It's won the Irish Writers Guild Best Play Award. It's won awards in Dublin Fringe Festival, and it started off as part of the Show in a Bag initiative, which I mentioned earlier, that we've run for years with Irish Theatre Institute and Dublin Fringe Festival. And it's a play inspired by Margaret's own experience as a world champion Irish dancer. But Margaret's also a writer and performer, and we were really proud and honoured to develop this play with her and to be producing it around the world over the last few years. We have brought it to New York, and like many of our productions, they've been to New York, to LA, to Washington, D.C., but rarely kind of other parts of North America. And so through discussions with Culture Ireland and with Síobhra, we've been talking about presenting it kind of on a wider tour across the States. We first pitched it at the Consul General's kind of gathering in January 2019. It was meant to happen in 21. Obviously that didn't happen then. So 4 years later, here we finally are with the great patience and great support and energy of 14 partners, including William and Natalie here on the panel. We're bringing it to 14 theatres and venues and culture and heritage centres across North America over 7 weeks, starting off in a week and a half's time, I think. And Margaret's going to perform a very short excerpt here for us today, just to give a flavour of that. And we look forward so much to working with many of you here in the room and others when we tour it across those 14 venues in a few weeks' time.
So please join me in thanking our panellists today and welcoming Margaret McAuliffe to the stage. Thank you.
In school, I like maths. I like balancing equations and getting the right answer. I'm not so hot on English essays. I find it hard to make something up, because it can be anything, you know. The choice is too big. Like, I can't be sure that it's the best choice of subject, say, but X equals the right answer? Now that is so satisfying. That's why I like Irish dancing. There's a formula. This is how you start. Feet together, turn out your toes, heel to toe, and point your toe. See that angle in there? That's like a 90-degree angle, not an acute angle, or an obtuse angle, or a reflex angle, a right angle, the right angle. We learned that the GH in right used to be said out loud because it came from the C in Latin, rect. And now words with rect in them generally mean right. Well, I like to be right, to do things correctly,
to rectify things if I get them wrong. Now, the hard bits, you have to practice. The rock. The scissors. The chop. The double chop. The drum. The drum heel toe. But you have to land heel to toe. Now, the tricky thing is, different judges go for different styles. Like, say, Stephen Kerwin has a lovely roly rally, and Rita Noonan flies through the air as she lifts. But they have to land heel to toe. That's the clincher, I thought. Well, that's what separates the nice dancers from the lovely dancers, they said. First place from third. Well, I was doing it all right, and I still didn't manage to come first. So it doesn't matter anymore. The winning, that is. I kept up the dancing. As Sumta Cleary, my teacher since I was like 7, maintains that I got bold when I turned 17. I got bold, all right. Boldly confident. More like myself. Annie O'Loughlin Hart, do you want an invitation to dance? Yeah, if you had one handy, that'd be great, yeah. The Émer's abandon. Let's go. 1, 2, hop back, shuffle over. 1, 2, step, stamp, step, heel, step. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, step, step, hop down, step, 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 hop. Rally, hopperly, hop back, stop, 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 stop. I'll stop you there, Annie. This is your dance. You are a very niche dancer, so you have to go out there and nail this one. Because after the reel, you'll be behind Rita, fly me to the moon, and you'll be barely in front of the likes of Stephen Kerwin. But see his set dance? Good night, Irene. Those legs are like a pair of battering rams. You don't have that power in yours, so the decider will be the Émer's abandon. Now, look it. I know it's boring and basic, and there are calls to get rid of it altogether because it's so simple. But I think it needs to stay because it's tradition. And you can't hide a foot fault when you're dancing playing. You have the best form in this competition. Now look it, I know you're out your age, but competitions are won and lost under traditional. Now, hammer the floor for your set dance. Bonaparte's a treat. Let's go. Oh, we're out of time and already, Annie. Great start. Great start. Rat-a-tat-tat-tum, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tum, dilly-dum, louder. Don't be afraid of that floor. Hammer it. Oh, we missed a chop back there, didn't we? Oh, lovely. Annie, listen, you're way ahead of that music. Oh, we're panicking now, I can see you. Annie, no one is going to stop you winning this but yourself. You know that. You're winning all year. But I know you. You're going to choke when you see the Rita Noonans and the Stephen Kerwins. Do you know what? They love it. They'll relish the opportunity to play mind games with you. They'll brag about winning this and that and go on like they don't know their steps. They'll be leaping around the side of the stage looking at fright. That's all for you. That's all to wig you out. Do you know the only difference between Rita Noonan and yourself? My dad isn't an Irish dancing teacher. Now, don't get smart. What do you think it is? She's just better. No, actually, she's never beaten you at your best. Until she does, she can't say she has beaten you. What else? She does miss her chops. Jesus, Annie. Everyone misses sometimes. Christ, if I had a pound for the amount of times I missed a rally or a chop, that's what practice is for, and you're due to Daddy. What else? What else? I don't know. Something. I don't know. I know you don't. And I'll tell you, right? She walks out on that stage like a champion. Like she's already won it. And she is just getting up on that podium. All teeth. Face beaming. But that's all fake, right? I'm not asking you to do that. But see, as soon as she points that toe That's her battle cry. She uses it as a spear. She draws her sword. Do you know what I mean? She's serious. You need to get serious. She makes it so the judge doubts themselves before they'll doubt her. She's saying, go on, take up your pen. I bleeding dare you not to give it to me. And they do, every time. So, you're basically saying I need to be more confident. Okay, cool. I want you to pretend like it doesn't matter to you so much that it's quietly in the bag. Do you remember how you were the day you won your first trophy? That's what I need from you. Not a care in the world. You were the one to beat that day. You knew it. You knew it. And you made the whole hall know it too, all right? Now look at me. No, not the floor. There's nothing down there. Look at me. The only person you're up against next weekend is Annie O'Loughlin Hart. Now, Bonaparte's from the set. Let's go. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you all. Time for a coffee. Thank you so much.
not sure if you're getting any of my mic, but maybe you are. 2 and 2. As far as the eye can see. There we go. I'm not getting a whole lot of vocal. Yeah, there's nothing here. Hi. Yeah, I'm just waiting on the go from the sound engineer, so I'm at his mercy. I'm really happy with that. Yeah, magic. Perfect. I'm going to wait for him to, take this off just.
Do you want to mute that?
Yeah.
So just.
The Ladies Gaelic Football All-Stars were in Texas recently, and they inspired local players from the Austin Celtic Cowboys to up their game for the World Games. While in Abu Dhabi in March, the Middle East finals ended their domestic season and saw attention and focus turn to preparing for Derry across all of the coasts. And yes, the standard once again in this region at the Zayed Sports City was impressive. The same venue hosted the first ever World Games back in March 2015. A spectacular setting and a spectacular success, with the coming together of players from all over the world, bringing their unique colour and passion to the event.
World champions Argentina!
Then it was on to Dublin in 2016, with the finals played in Croke Park. They came all the way from Australia and they made the journey worth their while by climbing the famous steps. 2019 saw a wonderful Waterford welcome by clubs from all over the county and by the city itself. Another inspiring event, with finals once again played at headquarters. Now in 2023, post-COVID, finally, the games are back and they are going north to Derry, with the 4th GAA World Games at the end of July already promised to be the biggest and best yet.
Definitely looking forward to that one. I'm very jealous of those players who got to play at Croke Park and climb those steps. That's a ticking bucket list, isn't it, that? Right, this is our final panel for this forum. Delighted to welcome this one. This is one centred around our influence, passing on the torch to future generations of the Irish diaspora. Our panel are on stage, and it's going to be moderated here by Émer, Deane, Director at the International Division at the Department of the Taoiseach. So I will let Émer take it away.
Thank you very much, and it's great to see everybody. And yeah, I am now in the Department of the Taoiseach, but I have had the privilege previously of being a member of the Irish community in London and in San Francisco, and so it's great to see some familiar faces and to be back in a diasporic setting. So we've a great panel here today, and as you know, this is sort of a looking to the next generation. And I think we might have a discussion on who do we mean by the next generation. Are we talking about Irish-born people? Are we talking about our established diaspora? Are we talking about people in the countries in which you all live? But how do we stimulate contact in a way that's meaningful for the people with whom we're engaging, and in a way that works for Ireland and in terms of having a diaspora strategy, a way that brings value home and shares the gifts that we have in terms of what we've seen in the previous panels, whether that's culture or values or business acumen. Maybe because we've just seen the video about the GAA, I might start with you, Charlie. Also very conscious you're from Sligo, so perfect week with New York back after their fantastic win to play Sligo. You know, so that in itself is a good kickoff point, sort of saying something about the GAA, like how and why did New York win? What does that tell us about the GAA?
Is there anyone from Leitrim in the room? Maybe they'd be better to ask. Well, listen, I suppose first of all, I'd just like to thank the DFA for this opportunity. All the support that they've given us over the year through ESP and Global Games Development is really much appreciated. How did New York beat Leitrim? If I'd known that, that's a secret sauce, but it's not by accident.
Yeah.
That's 20 years of graft from games development in New York. We've 42 clubs in New York. Games development has been on the go, is central to what everything happens in New York there. So we've a full games program like we do all over the world. We're present now in 52 countries and 543 clubs all over the world. I suppose our central thing is our games program. So we've a player pathway right from age 6 right up to adult age. And what we try and do, and what's our core business, is to try and, I suppose, have meaningful games opportunities all across the pathway. So whether that's Go Games, So for example, in Chicago last year, we had 2,000 kids playing in a CYC tournament. And this year they're going to San Francisco in a place called Dublin, which is just outside San Francisco, which will have over 2,000 kids playing there again from all over the States in our Go games. So we have programs that go from 6 right up to adult level. So what you saw in New York is basically the fruits of that labor. And it's well documented now at this stage that there's clubs in New York that are just for New York born. The Brosnan brothers, which one of them kicked the winning penalty against Leitrim. I suppose their dad played for Kerry. They were born and bred in New York. This is what we're seeing more of across our GA community. We have examples not just in New York, but again in Uganda, for instance, where we have no one involved in the club in Uganda, and they basically saw a YouTube clip, and they contacted us. They reached out, and they said, "We want to play this game. What is this game? Hurling football." So again, we supply equipment. We get them up and running. We're now in 4 schools in Uganda. It's on the curriculum. We've over 200 kids playing in Uganda. Similar story in Galicia, where in Europe, where the All-Ireland semi-finals and finals were viewed by over 60,000 people on the Galician TV channels. Just think about that for a second, I suppose. And we're on the curriculum in the schools in Galicia, not just in Galicia, but in France and the Benelux region. We're in schools in London. We're all over Britain. So, it's such a wide, overarching presence that we have all over the world. The game is core. We're not just about the game. We have score, which again, the great performance that we just saw. We have dance, we have performance, we've our language. So this is all elements that we bring in. And as a teacher in my previous life, I suppose we would always talk about the unseen curriculum and what happens outside the curriculum in the classroom. I would argue that the GEA is very similar to this. The game is core. What happens on the pitch, Gaelic Park, New York, Gaelic Park, Chicago, Treasure Island, Ruislip, Pearse Park, Scotland, wherever you are, it's what happens outside of the game. It's meeting up. So obviously the game caters for a certain age group. Outside of that age group, you might have older Irish generation that come down to watch the game. It makes that connection back home.
Yeah, and I think it's something as well that other panellists, I'd be interested as you go along to get a sense of whether in your work and in your experience, whether having a GAA presence or having an embassy presence has made a difference and has added to the community and to a sense of Irishness where you are. And I might go immediately then on to you, Sonia. And you've just returned from New Zealand, Aotearoa, where you've been working in Irish studies. I mentioned to you outside that I happened to be in a meeting last week between the Taoiseach and the Governor-General of New Zealand. And the first thing she mentioned to the Taoiseach, she said, "I love Ireland. I'm so inspired by Ireland, especially what you've done about Irish language and your TV stations, and what you do about values at the UN and what you do for small Pacific Island states." And then she mentioned rugby. So it's interesting to kind of get a sense of, here's somebody from the other side of the world, from a Maori heritage, and she already has a sense of Ireland that she's picking up from our communities there, but also from the work that people are doing. But maybe you could say something about what you are doing and your experience of why Irish Studies works in New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really key, actually, because when you move to a country, first of all, and you're doing Irish Studies, you're very focused on looking for possibly connections, or where with New Zealand, when I moved there, which was 4 years ago, it was very apparent. Initially, you're looking at, you land in the country and you think you've landed in Shannon Airport for a start, because it's green, it's pasture, the climate's actually very similar. It's an island nation. It's got a similar population size. It's got all the same history of colonization. And then when we're looking at, of course, the erasure of Maori culture and language, exactly as you were saying, it's very similar struggles that we've been trying to get back with Irish language and culture into Ireland. And this is really I think, I took that as an opportunity to re-examine. When I had started, Irish Studies was operating through the English department and was very based in New Zealand just on literature. But I'm a historian, so therefore I was looking at it from a different perspective. And the idea of promoting Irish Studies to students in New Zealand then was about looking at Ireland, which is such a similar base as New Zealand, and to see how within 100 years of, just over 100 years of establishment of the state, that the country had moved from being something of a very conservative Catholic run, independent state into what's now become a human rights leader. So therefore the courses that I developed were on things like looking at the social history of Ireland, and especially right into the 21st century of the marriage equality referendums and how Ireland is the only country in the world who has brought in marriage equality through a public vote, which actually influenced what happened in Australia. So there's always links because they did a postal vote out to see, although it didn't exactly change the law in the same way, right the way through. And the students that we've been attracting through that, there's no connection in many instances with Ireland whatsoever, no Irish heritage, but that they're very interested in looking at a similar country and using it as a comparative basis to see, well, what can people in New Zealand learn from that? And whether that's a structure. When I arrived, we had just been through the Repeal the Eighth referendum here, and I arrived into New Zealand with it like back straight into the abortion debates in New Zealand. So it's, we really kind of learn from each other, and the students really embrace that actually, because I think from an Irish Studies perspective, although traditional Irish Studies, there'll always be a place for that examination of, Joyce and Yeats, and even within literature, there's a massive change that students are recognising. Women writers, Irish women writers are, absolutely trailing far in advance, of literature. Yeah. So there's a new focus on students, therefore, it's not all about, we're not just getting like Irish students or students with Irish heritage, but it's more about looking at this from an academic discipline, but to learn, and especially from a postgraduate perspective, of the comparisons that we can make. And it opens up very interesting debates, but it also means that we're leading into a totally different community that we're engaging with, because then many of those students will be interested in doing exchange to Ireland or New Zealand. Everybody in New Zealand does their overseas, year. They all do it. Yeah. New Zealanders are brilliant for travelling. And then when you've introduced them through these kind of ideas of Irish Studies and looking at a country that's actually very vibrant, when you start seeing that change that Ireland's just progressed through in 100 years, it's astounding. It's actually astounding. So they're really interested in Ireland. Then they want to come to Ireland, they want to study in Ireland, or they at least want to travel in Ireland. So we're getting a whole different...
So, yeah, I might bring you in because, does that sound familiar to you? So you're working also in Irish Studies on the literature side in the University of Granada. And what Sonia seems to be describing is almost like a next generation Irish Studies, an Irish Studies that nods and tips its hat to the canon, but also recognises that there's new stuff in terms of social history, in terms of new forms of art and culture and writers. Is that your experience in Granada?
Absolutely. I mean, we have a very powerful Erasmus exchange program with Irish universities. Like all the universities in Ireland are particularly involved in this program, and I think we have over 35,000 students from Spain coming every year to Ireland, and I think that's the starting point. In my particular case, my relationship with Ireland started particularly through this Erasmus exchange. I came to Galway in the year 1998, and I did a course on Irish poetry, and I came across this fascinating Irish woman poet, Evan Boland, and I decided to do the PhD on her. And afterwards, now that Sonia was talking about the development of Irish Studies program in New Zealand, it has happened more or less the same in Spain. I mean, at the beginning, it was very sort of literary oriented, but now it has expanded enormously. And I chair an association of Irish Studies in Spain, which is called IDE. We are moreover about 150 members, and we all do study Ireland from many different disciplines, ranging from film studies, and now that we have Charlie here, sports is also included, music, history, literature. And it's tremendous, the fascination that we currently have for Irish Studies. And it's not only this association that we have at the national level, but also we have local centers of Irish Studies all around the peninsula. And we organize, with the collaboration of the Irish Embassy, which is fundamental for us, we do many activities, international seminars, workshops, translation workshops, on music, on dance. And we try to implicate as well, not only the academic audience, but also the community outside. Yeah. And I think that the important thing as well is that in all the cultural activities that we do, we also bear in mind the Irish diaspora in Spain. I mean, in Spain at the moment, there is a very rich and dynamic group of artists who are currently based in Spain or who have been living there for a number of years. I'm particularly thinking, for example, about Dennis Rafter, who has been living in Madrid for over 50 years. And he's a tremendous, amazing playwright. And he's commissioned by the Ministry of Education in Spain to do tremendous work on Cervantes, Santa Teresa de Ávila, and at the moment he's working on Antonio Nebrija, who was a very important humanist in Spain. So there exists these large sort of possibilities of working with the Irish diaspora currently based in Spain.
So, yeah, I think you're touching on something that's very interesting, and at the start you mentioned the is it 30 or 35,000 young Spanish students who come to Ireland each year to learn English, and among, and many of them have gone back to Spain and become very influential in their own right. We have the current Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, who learnt his English in Bray, had his first kiss in the bowl in Stillorgan. So you have these magic stories. It's true of also the Luxembourg Prime Minister. I think it's also true of the Stillorgan Bowl. But so we have this amazing richness. But in a sense, is it about an ecosystem? So there's an ecosystem in terms of whatever 500 years of history back to Red Hugh O'Neill in Spain. But there's also those Spanish students. There are the artists you speak of. And the same, we could say the same of New Zealand. Again, we have a newer wave of immigration, but of course we have the historic Irish and Scottish emigration to New Zealand and all those connections. So maybe on that, moving to you, Aisha, so you're in the United Arab Emirates, where our footprint at scale is actually really quite new. And so I'm wondering, how is the ecosystem building there? Are you seeing the GAA and Irish studies, or I think I know the answer to that first one. But is it building? Is it healthy? What's missing? So as a sort of a newer diasporic centre, what do we need more of?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much to the DFA for inviting me, to His Excellency Aidan Cronin, who was our former ambassador to the UAE, and Her Excellency Alison Middleton, who put me forward for this. The UAE is a growing nation. We're 51 years old. And Ireland is actually, we have a number of nations that we look at as an example, and Ireland actually is one of those nations included in that list. I'm Irish because my mother is Irish. My father is actually Emirati, so Arab, who came here, and they met because of education. So Royal College of Surgeons plays a big role in my family. We have 3 doctors. My uncle was a doctor. My dad came over from London to see his brother, met my mother. And my mother moved to the UAE in 77. And the funny story from that is that she was used to, obviously, Irish fresh milk. Going there, she would give him powdered milk, and I've never touched milk ever since because of that. So there's a lot of change that's happened in the UAE. But the reason I focus on education is, I mean, even growing up, I had a secondary school teacher, Miss Snorin in Yacton, who taught me maths, who's probably watching this in Cyprus, who used to try and take me, you know, in the lunch hours to try and learn Irish language, so Gaelic words. But education is so strong, and I think we have people that go from the UAE to, you know, Ireland for education, and it's a real cornerstone of, I think, the relationship. But I do think that a lot more needs to be done in terms of awareness. Now, in terms of some of the things that help linking us in the UAE between, you know, with the Irish community, there are a number of different entities, if you like. GAA is one, and we've been chatting a little bit, but I think Charlie will probably talk more about, you know, what they do in the UAE, but that is one way, but there are a number of other entities, and one of them is the Irish Business Network. We have a community network there. I think it was set up about 11 years ago, and it really is it's a place you can go to hear about everything Ireland, to meet Irish people. They do a great event in September, which is like a half-day forum, and they bring different people over from Ireland. So we had Owen McGee from How to Be Good with Money on RT1 last September. We've had Francis Brenner come over. We've had David Williams over. And it's a great way to kind of just stay connected with what's going on in Ireland. And it's open to everybody. So one of the things I did want to mention was that if people in Ireland want to do business with the UAE and are, you know, nervous of going over there, this is a great way of kind of touching base, become an overseas member. You have access to the contacts, you have access to the job portals. It's a great way for people who come to the UAE who are looking for jobs. And a lot of people come on coming on a tourist trip, going to have a look around. Oh, I'll have a look and see if there are any opportunities. And it's a great way to kind of find out what's going on. It's also sponsored by some of the big players. I mean, we've got Emirates Airlines as part of sponsors to buy duty free. And I mention that because you were talking about how when you go into New Zealand, it's a bit like Shannon Airport. And if you look at the history of a lot of things that happened in specifically Dubai, Dubai Duty Free was set up because of His Highness going over to Shannon and recruiting Colin McLaughlin and the team before that and bringing them out to Dubai and saying, create me what you have in Shannon and we're going to blow it up. So Dubai Airport is, you know, now one of the biggest airports in the world. So that's one of the entities. But then you have other entities like Enterprise Ireland. You know, I've recently just got engaged with them, and they're doing events like Women in Business, bringing together more at a business level to see what more can be done. The UAE is excelling in certain areas, so digital economy is really important to them. Now, with what's happened with COVID, research, R&D is important in pharmaceutical, and I know Ireland is strong in these areas. So it's really about trying to understand what more can be done in terms of relationship between the UAE and Ireland. And then, you know, the embassy. I mean, for me, the embassy plays a central role. You know, you can speak to Aidan about the work that was done with the Expo 2020 that we had, the fantastic Irish pavilion. And for me, as being half Emirati, half Irish, I know about Ireland. You know, I grew up in summers in Dublin at my grandmother's house. I had an Irish teacher. I was always interacting. But a lot of my Emirati friends, you know, they don't see that. They don't understand the difference between a lot of the Anglo-Saxon or speaking countries. And I say that because our curriculum is pretty much based on our history. So we are taught either a British curriculum or an American curriculum. Nowadays, we get IB a little bit. But we have a lot of Irish teachers. As I mentioned, I had it in secondary school, and as you were saying, the population is growing. Today, there's about 10,000 Irish people in the United Arab Emirates. A big percentage of that are Irish teachers. And I think if we can find a way of getting more information and awareness about the Irish education system and the benefits into that population, maybe through student exchange programs, through those kind of things, you start to then get people who are, I'd say 90% of the people in the UAE will go outside for tertiary education, start looking at other countries. I only looked at the UK because I was British educated, so it made sense. People who are American educated will probably look at the States. But, you know, if people are looking for medicine, they know that Royal College of Surgeons, which we do have a branch in the UAE, you know, that is one of the places that excels, and so they will particularly look at that. But would they look at law in Ireland? Would they look at, you know, another area? I don't think that awareness is there because they've got so many options. Yeah. I'll just stop with one last thing, is just to keep in mind that in the UAE, 89% of the population are foreigners. So only 11% of the population are Emirati citizens. And that makes a big change. You know, you don't find that kind of mix in many countries. And so, you know, it's a rich melting pot of cultures and language and religions, and, you know, and it exists in peace, and it's a great example. But it also means that, you know, when you're targeting, you have to look at the different diaspora and the different cultures that you're targeting, because it's not just one, there's a number.
Yeah, no, and you bring up a point that maybe it's just worth raising. You talk about having Irish teachers, and it's amazing how, you know, we're talking about the UAE as being a sort of a new diaspora, but the story is really familiar to people in this room. You know, that's what happened in England, that's what happened in America, and just to acknowledge, you know, that this panel, we don't have anyone really from the sort of traditional diasporas, but I mean, you know, we stand on the shoulders of giants. We wouldn't have the strong diasporas and the ability to kind of branch out and make these new ones without our traditional diaspora and the first and second generation, you know, who built Irish communities abroad. So just because you're in this room and you're not on this panel, I just want to acknowledge that. But, and maybe going on to you, Colm, so you've just made this amazing film that many people have seen on Colleen Kuhn, the Quiet Girl. And it also, it certainly connected with me. It connected here in Ireland, but it sort of went viral. It had phenomenal success. You connected with the Irish diaspora, and you connected with people who didn't even know they wanted to connect with Ireland. So, you know, can you, I mean, it's a tough question. I think you're getting the hardest question, but what do you think it is about the film that spoke to the diaspora?
Yeah, I mean, it's a few things, I think. I mean, obviously our film is, first and foremost, it's an adaptation of a pre-existing literary work, which was Foster by Claire Keegan. And Foster in itself had been translated into many languages around the world. So there was something universal about the material that was quite evident when I first read it. So I think that explains to some degree why the film has traveled. But it's also, when you look at the film in and of itself, it's a profoundly Irish cultural product, I suppose you could say. And yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure why it is. I mean, the Irish seem to be well got. I think internationally, people seem to take an interest in our stories, and I suppose our reputation precedes us in some respects as a nation of storytellers. But then I think cinema itself is uniquely positioned as a vehicle for connection, because it's almost by definition, it's a universal language. You know, it's something that knows no barriers. And then I think what was also kind of intriguing to people internationally about our film was the fact that, yes, people were familiar with Irish films in the past, even going back to representations of Ireland maybe by American filmmakers, like obviously John Ford, which was, you know, had a film with a very similar title to us, which is The Quiet Man. But perhaps the space for Irish language cinema hadn't been occupied to the same degree. And, you know, historically, it's our language, our indigenous language, has been underrepresented in our national cinema. And I think that was a novel element to it. I think when we travel with the film, and when we go to a new country, or we go to a particular festival, or to attend the release of the film theatrically in a new territory, the language is almost always the first question that an audience will put to us. It's like, you know, that either that they weren't familiar with this language, or that the experience of hearing it, and the cadence of it, and the musicality of it was something in and of itself that was entirely compelling to that audience member. So I think it's an aspect of how we've represented ourselves that we can build on, you know, that we've, you know, for various reasons that it hasn't happened to the same degree in our past. But a film like On Culleton, The Quiet Girl, has shown that there's no reason that we shouldn't be expressing ourselves in this mode going into the future.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a great interest in this as well. I mean, I sort of, you know, is it when Irish artists create things, or when the GAA are doing their thing, or when an Irish business is setting up, is it that Irish people think globally or diasporically? Like, you know, is that film made for an Island of Ireland audience, or did you think of the world and think of all the Irish people and other people out there when you were directing it?
Well, there's kind of two answers to that, and they sort of contradict each other. Like, the first answer is that I was making the film for myself in a way. I wanted to make something that I found of interest or that was compelling to me. But there's another part of your brain as a filmmaker that is conscious of the audience. And I certainly wasn't thinking this is a film that's just being made for people here in Ireland. Like, I always viewed it as something that was international. And because I view cinema as something that, as I said, is a universal language, and therefore it shouldn't attempt to confine itself in terms of the territory that it's aimed at. So yeah, I mean, it was both of those things for me, but it was at the same time there's a danger when you're making a film that if you try and make it too universal, or if you're trying to cater for this sort of amorphous idea of what a general audience wants, that can be something of a trap that you can fall into. There's a sort of a saying in film that if you make your film too general, that a general audience won't take an interest in it, that there's actually real value in cultural specificity. And that's something that we paid great attention to in our film, that we were presenting a very particular time and place in Irish history. And we paid great attention to that detail and getting that right. And even down to the use of the Irish language, that it's a very specific dialect of the Irish language that belongs to County Waterford, and we had a dialect coach for all of our actors, and so it was about making it as authentic as possible, and as profoundly Irish as possible, but knowing or sort of believing in the notion that specificity is what will make it more appealing to a wider audience.
Yeah, and I suppose that kind of goes to the heart of this, you know, about the diaspora. You know, we think a lot of engagement from a sort of a centre with the diaspora, and I think there is a sort of a very open, while we have a very specific culture, it's an open specificity. But perhaps what we don't hear enough, you know, or maybe don't listen enough, is what is the diaspora adding? You know, it's like, you know, Lego blocks. The diaspora is adding to this picture and this of what Irishness is, and what the diaspora is, and what Ireland's tomorrow is. And it's an open question. I mean, are you picking that up in your lives and in your work, that the diaspora is, if we're thinking of the next generation, we actually have to think and respect and hear and listen what the diaspora is creating in other parts of the world, and it's not just an Ireland-centric view.
We're definitely finding that with the GA, you know, like traditionally, obviously, it was a identity piece, that connection to home. You know, traditionally, like the likes of New York, as we've mentioned, has been a hub for GA activity, and creating that network for people who are Irish within big cities away from home, and that's that connection. That's what's so important. But what we're hearing, I suppose, from our units all around the world is that we're changing. There's an aspect of, you know, it's not so much interested in the culture as in, okay, the in is the sport, so there's not that boundary of culture, but then once people get in, they're interested in the Irishness, and then they get involved in Irish activities. And, you know, the World Games, which was at the upshot of this conversation, 70% of those teams are international born, and a good percentage of those teams have no connection to Ireland whatsoever. So, and the World Council was set up a few years ago to be able to more or less do a needs analysis of what's needed from our network, or our landscape, or our architecture throughout the world, so we can listen. and there's a member of our World Council that's on management, that's at the decision-making table for the GEA, so we can listen. We have to obviously be bilingual. We need our messaging going out in different languages now, where previously it was all English. So, you know, there is that opportunity for other people to be brought into our circle now, where previously it probably would have been seen as just Irish.
Yeah.
So that's where we're seeing the GA is seeing a change.
Yeah.
Maybe just, I mean, I agree with that, but I would kind of say there's two things. I mean, I think culture plays a huge part, especially when you're not in Ireland, even more so when you're abroad. You know, I look at my nephews who are Emirati, Swedish, Irish, and, you know, they go to Expo and they see Riverdance, and, you know, they get an understanding of what is the music like, you know, what are the steps like. They watch a film, and you know, or they see, you know, poetry or whatever it is. So I think the cultural aspects to have them identify with, you know, that feeling of being Irish is really important. But I also think there's a bit of an element in the different countries of understanding what that local community is all about. We just finished celebrating Ramadan, the holy month, the Muslim holy month. Today is Eid in the UAE, so Eid Mubarak to anybody who is fasting. But in that month, we do iftars, which is the breaking of the fast. And traditionally, these are great ways for different societies and cultures to mix. And I attended a number with the IBN in Dubai, with Enterprise Ireland. I got to meet more Irish, I got to meet IDA. But we also got to give them an understanding. I took some of my female friends with me for them to understand what Emirati culture is about. And that's important as well, because it's in every country. It's not, I mean, I'm only talking about the UAE from my perspective, but I think it's important in every country, because it's about making them aware, you know, what Ireland is about, what being Irish is about, for them to then say, oh, I'll consider going, you know, as a tourist. Oh, I'll go and get educated there. And then when they come back, they bring that Irishness. So that's your reverse diaspora back in. They bring that level of Irishness. So then they connect more with Irish business. You know, the influence is then multiplied in a way. So it's not just about Irish people or generations. It's also about understanding the Irish, understanding the culture of the country that they're in, helping those people to fall in love with Ireland, you know, and want to go and explore it, and then either through connections, education, business, whatever, bring it back into their own country and strengthen that relationship.
Yeah, so it's sort of like an iterative process.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, and on that, I'm just thinking as well, Pilar, I mean, you live and work in Spain, so you're in another language, but it's a language that's a huge world language. So in a sense, some of the work you're doing could open a gateway to people who speak Spanish in other countries, Latin America in particular.
Absolutely.
To introduce them to Irish studies. You're building a platform that can work in other
Absolutely. I mean, we
areas.
do have, for example, a very powerful synergy with Latin America, and there are powerful associations, I mean, very strong associations there on Irish studies that we collaborate with, for example, the Brazilian Association of Irish Studies. So this actually strengthens, we could say, the diplomatic economic presence as well of Ireland in both, you know, settings which are Spanish in terms of the language. But, you know, going back to what you asked before, Émer, about, you know, the presence of the diaspora at other levels apart from the cultural one. Like in Spain, we do also have a very important community of the diaspora who are developing business and who are getting into technology. And we do have connections from the point of view of humanities with some interesting, for example, in Costa del Sol, where I am located in Andalusia, in the south. There are some people who are setting their business there, belonging to, for example, GPOs companies in Ireland, and intending to sort of link Irish companies with Spanish ones and to promote commercial engagement there. And in conversations with them, some of these people who have become friends already, they were saying how important it is to integrate humanities with the technological sector and vice versa. And for example, I was talking to one of these friends of mine who is doing things with artificial technology, and he was telling me, how do we make, how do we ensure that the debate becomes ethical, that it brings goodness to society? So it's only when we sort of get into a holistic approach that we can make it work for the human being. So we are also establishing this kind of exchanges as well with the members of the diaspora at the level of humanities and technology.
Yeah, and I think all of you, some of what you've said, it kind of goes into that space of the values piece, whether it's what the GAA is doing or the universality of on Colleen Kuhn, so there is a piece there that matters, or understanding the culture in which we're living and becoming a part of it, or going back to what how New Zealand sees Ireland as a place of values. So there's a lot of richness there, and kind of what I'm hearing as well is sort of, it is one ecosystem. That what each of you is doing actually builds and grows and thrives as there's more of it. But maybe I'll open to the floor at this point. I'm slightly blinded by the light, but if anyone would like to ask a question, I think there's microphones. I can see a hand.
I think there's yours. Oh, that's better.
I just think the mic's not working yet.
Is it working? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Nobody wants to hear me, maybe. No, sorry, my name is Catherine Flood. I live in New York. I've lived in it 30 years. And I have my own business. I'm a recruiter. I work primarily with Irish people that emigrate to America. And I just want to follow up on a few things and ask a question as well. Very excited about New York going to play Sligo. Very honoured that we have a lady president in Joan Henchy. And it's really a moment in history for New York because we have Larry as president as well, so we're very excited. And bigger to that, the GA has been my family for 30 years in America. Been very involved with the Ladies GA and the development of it. We just celebrated 30 years of the development and the founding of the Ladies GA in America. And we're bringing our first Camogie Club to Ireland at the end of June. And it's a development squad of young Irish American children. 2 of them are even my daughters, which I'm delighted about. And we're honoured also that Fergal Mathan, who's an Irish ambassador to the US, is one of the selectors on the team, and he has just arrived in America and has put a lot of energy into revitalising Camogie and all of that. So we're totally thrilled about that. And it's a really good way of connecting and bringing young Irish American children back to Ireland. It's another way for them to see it. They're not all Irish American, they're from a variety of background, ethnic backgrounds that are loving the GA sport. One of the things I want to say is very passionate about working with young children in America and bringing them back to Ireland in all different levels. And naturally, culture is one. We were in Castlebar last year with the Ashton Irish Ballet Group and Kelly Band, and it brought 60 families back to Castlebar through culture. Another very big thing that we're very passionate about is Feroga, and Feroga, being the national organisation here for young people, is now established in America, and through the Ashton Centre they have a programme, Leadership for Life, that is a really good way for young Irish American children to connect with Ireland as well. And we've developed the programme. I've been involved and passionate about Feroga because I grew up with Feroga, and it's been developed now that we've over 80 children coming from America back to Ireland this year to Maynooth College for the first week of August. And it's a wonderful way for them to see a college and to visit Dublin and to connect again with it. And I think Feroga is something that should be in every country. There's no reason why it's not in Canada, in any of your countries, Australia or anywhere, because it's a great way to capture that market of young people that would want to come back here again. Yeah. And on a final note, we're also involved in Project Children. And Project Children started with children and teaching them about how to get just taking kids from Northern Ireland to America over years of the troubles, and teaching them about loving each other and getting together. And in honour of Project Children and Dennis Mulcahy, that I work and an advocate for, we have established the Mulcahy Scholarship, and it brings back children to the Celtic Irish Academy in Galway every year. And this year we went from 1 child to 10, and they're all from different backgrounds and different generations coming back to Ireland and involved with that.
Yeah.
And we're just very excited about a lot of things that's happening. I've been involved with the Ashton Centre for 25 years, and we've ran a lot of programs there that are connecting young people to coming back here again. So just want to say thank you to the Irish government for all their support, and everybody root for our camogie team that's coming back to Ireland.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, and it is a point that is in the diaspora strategy, the importance of engaging with youth and literally bring them back. And we talked about the Spanish kids coming here, but absolutely that's an important space. You remind me when you talk about the camogie that when President Biden was here last week, we asked the GAA to put on a display of some of the local clubs, and the girls were playing camogie. One of them just missed the President's head when she sent a shot wide. So I hear that up in the club, she's now been called Lee Hurley Oswald is her new nickname. But anyway, it was a wonderful moment.
Just to add to Catherine's point, I suppose, that the importance of, children from the States or wherever, Britain, coming over to Ireland every year is very important to us as well. And we've hundreds of kids that come over to fail a competition that's run in Ireland on an annual basis. And it's that whole idea of soft power again, David McWilliams, that podcast that he had a couple of weeks ago, it's just embedding that image of Ireland in, first, second generation, third generation Ireland kids who want to feel it and touch it and see what it's like. And the importance of that, I don't think, can be underestimated. So, just to add to that, I suppose Joan Henchy, all of these 543 clubs, it would not be possible. This is a volunteer-led organisation, and the amount of volunteers that we have that support projects like Catherine was talking about there is just phenomenal. And the diaspora and the importance of that connection to home, I don't think we can underestimate that.
I want to just follow up on the whole Maynooth connection, I think, and it's a little bit about reverse diaspora in a way, reverse affinity. Although I was born in Ireland, in Killarney, and I went to the States when I was 7, I did go back to Maynooth for a year, and it was a great experience, and I have friends there that I met 30 years ago that I'm meeting this weekend. So there's been this wonderful friendships, but I was fortunate to play Gaelic football in Gaelic Park in the early years, probably one of the first ladies teams playing in Gaelic Park. When I went back to Maynooth, there was no ladies football team. So with the help of some of the clerics, because they're clerics there, we started the ladies football team. So again, someone coming from New York, going back to Maynooth University, starting the first ladies football team at Maynooth. Again, the impetus, origin can come from anywhere, any of the cities and countries, and the football team lasted for a number of years. So again, that's an example of reverse affinity, reverse diaspora. And then fortunately, and staying with GAA, again in New York, luckily to be involved with the Consulate, and Peter Ryan is a friend of many people here. With the Consulate, he loves to go to different cities and start GAA clubs. And then he pulls in all the friends, and everybody kind of then takes over. He leaves, but he starts the team, the Gaelic team, to really bring in people and new people into the sport. And I was a trustee on the Manhattan Gales for a number of years, and then president for a short time. But we would play in Gaelic Park, and we would invite all people in. You didn't have to be Irish. You didn't have to know the game. You wanted just to work out with some mates in the evening and learn it. You were welcome, women and men, and it really took on. And I'd say probably 10 years later, the team's still going strong. So again, I don't know. They are winning. They did win some championships in Gaelic Park, but the idea was really just the camaraderie and bringing in new people and exposing them to it. And then also in the evenings going out, and the women and the men going out for just a good workout. And that transfers then to more of an interest in the sport, maybe visiting Gaelic Park, maybe visiting Ireland. So it builds if you're open and exclusive and inclusive.
No, thank you for that. And that very much goes to the point that some of the inspiration starts in the diaspora abroad. Not everything starts in Ireland. you also remind me of something we didn't have a chance to talk about, but you also remind me that, you know, that we now have a new national holiday, St. Bridget's Day, and it has provided a fantastic opportunity to just have a different day, to think about Ireland differently. And when you mentioned starting a ladies' team, that just reminded me of that. But anyway, that'll be for next year. We can talk about how St. Bridget's Day has worked.
Well, maybe I'll just add, I mean,
Yeah.
the ambassador in Dubai invited a bunch of us for lunch at her house, and you know, we talked about St. Bridget. It was the first time really for us to understand it, but it was really about empowering women and what have we done as strong women. And it was really nice from a cultural point of view to have something else to talk about and to connect with Ireland.
Yeah.
So that's where the embassies also come in and their role in the influence and sharing what being Irish is all about.
Yeah, and it's in what you were saying, Sonia, about social history and the interest there is in that as well. So it's a nice connection. I think I saw another hand or two.
Migor Colin Baraid. Speaking English as well. She chance intach war bheith glart hascail get biogan. Cogorgeous as an scanon alling a churshiv amachs and sail. Agus tovich galer ho brodu. Gur rinnishiv an uber ho intach sin. Just congratulations on making such a beautiful piece of work that has gone out to the world. We're just very proud of you. So I wondered if you could think a little bit with us about, you know, in that question about the diaspora and nurturing the next generations. I'm really interested in your journey as, you know, how did your skills find the right environment to be nurtured so that, I think, am I right in thinking that you went from documentary making to this feature film path? Could you talk a bit about that? That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. Kate she's Carmela Magat, this Gahalin and Belga Thurstal and John Newcomb. But yeah, so my journey, my first love was always fiction filmmaking, which I got from my dad mainly. My dad kind of instilled a love of cinema in us from an early age. My dad was also the person who gave me the Irish language, in that I grew up in a bilingual household in Dublin, and my mother spoke English, my dad spoke Irish. But I was quite self-conscious about being an Irish speaker in Dublin City growing up in the 1980s, because all the kids around you were like, why are you speaking this language, and what's this about, you know? And it took me a while to realize that actually Dad had given me a great gift by giving me the Irish language. And he also set up the Irish language school in our community where I would have received my schooling as well, which was Gaelscoil Míde. But then in terms of my journey as a filmmaker, yeah, like as I said, my dad's, you know, introduced me to cinema and used to talk about cinema as being another language, that it had its own grammar and its own dialect based on whatever culture it was coming from. And I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with the idea of telling stories using images. And I was also very interested in writing. Like I was always writing stories in school and so forth. But my career really has been hugely supported by T.G. Carr. Like I remember vividly when T.G. Carr was launched in 1996. It was Halloween night, I remember. I was only 15, I think, at the time. But my dad was so excited. My dad hated television usually. He thought television was bad for your brain. But when this Irish language station was launched, he was very excited, and he bought us like Pepsi Max and crisps, and it was a big night in our house. But and in a way, T.G. Carr has been a part of my life ever since. So I studied film in college, and then my first short film that I would have made was made as part of a short film initiative that T.G. Carr ran with a now defunct organisation in Dublin called Filmbase. So my first exposure to being a director out in the real world was as an Irish language director. And then subsequently all of my short drama films were all Irish language. But in between those, I would have made a lot of documentaries, again with T.G. Carr, but also with RTE and TV3 as it was, Virgin Media now. But in a strange sense, the Irish language and my development as a filmmaker, those two things have always been entwined. And this film on Culleton is, in a way, I don't know. To me, it's like it's a beautiful moment because it's the meeting, or it's the sort of most complete meeting of those two languages that my father gave me, which was the Irish language and the language of cinema. And this is my first feature film, and I'm so happy that I had the opportunity to tell that story through the Irish language. But even, you know, TG Gahar have always been so forward-thinking in terms of their development of talents. Like 10 years ago, I was selected twice for a mentorship scheme that TG Gahar were running with the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland, where I got to make a short drama, but there was also a workshopping element where an established film director would watch me direct scenes from this script and give me notes, and then we got like €100,000 to go off and make the film after the workshopping. So like that sort of opportunity is invaluable. There are things I learned on those two mentorships. One was with Paddy Brannock, the director, and the other was with Declan Rex. And those things have always stayed with me. And then this film wouldn't exist. And Culleton and other Irish language films that have emerged in the last few years are entirely the result of a vision that TG Gahar had in conjunction with Screen Ireland and the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland to create a space in our national cinema for Irish language feature films. Like prior to that scheme, the scheme was called Cine Cahar, and it's still running. There are still films being produced and developed the whole time in the Irish language. Prior to that scheme being established in 2017, you could essentially count on one hand the number of Irish language feature films that had ever been released theatrically in Ireland. And now in the space of 6 years, that the sort of filmography of Irish language cinema, or the canon, if you like, has doubled, if not more, essentially overnight. So it's an extraordinary initiative and an extraordinary vision on behalf of those stakeholders. And I think our film has been, you know, TG Gahar always said that they wanted the film they said they wanted the film to win an Oscar. I guess we got kind of close, but not all the way. But they were thinking internationally always. And even if you look at the TG Gahar player, which is like the player where you can watch back their programming, it's not geo-blocked.
Yeah.
And that's an extraordinary resource for the diaspora.
Yeah. Yeah, Banel shot me to kind of Kate Glunella, agus is showed on Scanan, agus is showed on Gaelganish on Kate Glunella Tishk on Ineshtiach Denu, agus Tishk Gawil Audition. And so, just saying that this panel is about the next generation. And now, and in film, we have moved to a next level now where Irish language film is part of the gift and the offering that Ireland has, which hopefully, and I'm sure it is being now wrapped into what Irish studies programs around the world and Irish communities around the world can experience and enjoy as being part of being Irish. I know I'm kind of out of time. I'm not sure. Will I take another question? I don't know if I'm going to get a crook to take me away, but maybe one last question.
There's one there.
Thanks for taking the one last question, because I think that, so for Jack Stenson and with Digital Irish, we're a networking group in New York and London that try and shine a spotlight on Irish-led innovation, be you corporate or a startup founder, and try and enable serendipitous and valuable connections. One thing I think we didn't really touch on much, as much as I love this panel, and actually I would have loved to have your career actually had as film and TV and GMIT in Galway as my other option. I didn't choose on my CAO forum, God knows how long ago. But the title of the panel was Passing on the Torch to Future Generations of the Irish Diaspora. I think one thing we haven't touched on much is career and opportunity, as much as I would have liked being in a business organization. I think 10 years ago when I moved to London in 2013, I would have considered myself part of that future generation. And I spent 4 years in London working for an American consulting firm. When I was trying to figure out what to do next, I had no network besides my bosses who I could not have that conversation with. I didn't see any other people who were doing what I was doing. There was the old traditions of law, academia, the Irish construction network. but there wasn't anyone doing digital innovation, which is what my career was. I got on the boat to New York at the end of 2017, and a friend of mine from Inishmore became my Saoirse Ronan and said, look, go here, go there, and opened my eyes to the opportunities of the networking groups there. Some of them are here, fantastic ones are here today. I brought Digital Irish back with me to London in 2019. Didn't take off because of COVID, but we started again last year. And the idea being that we would create a networking group for, be you a corporate leader and you want to move job, open up an opportunity, or a graduate. And it's a beautiful cross-section of Irish society, I think, that I'm really, really proud that when we have a fantastic committee of 9 people who are working on that. But what worries me, and kind of the point I want to get to is, we have a lot of graduates who have moved over, and a lot of young people in that future generation who have moved over since 2020, and they've never met people. They don't have guidance, and they don't have a clue. They don't have the insights, and there's a lot of unknown unknowns for their career, and we don't provide them with centralised resources or guidance. To give you an idea in London, the best way to find out what's happening in London in the Irish community, in anything, is to find out there's a guy called Willie Moon who has an Aircom email address, and if you email him, he can put you on the distribution list next month, and you get a 20-page PDF document listing everything that's going on in London. This is 2023, and that we're relying on, I think it's an Aircom email address, which is bananas. So I'd love if we could have a centralised database of events, what's going on. I was speaking to Jody from the German group in Berlin earlier. Again, there's issues and people who have challenges and problems and don't know where to go. And I really think that would be something fantastic that we could do. I think that there's just a lot of young people. London in particular is a very cold, tough city to start your career. It's closed networks, and unless you have an in, it's very tough. For people who grew up there, they have parents who can introduce them. For Irish graduates coming over, it's a very tough city. But I think globally as well, this could be something that would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that. And,
make
do you want to come up, pick up on that?
I was just going to say, I mean, I can't speak about the other Irish business networks, but I've been really flabbergasted at how well the IBN in Dubai works. I mean, we have breakfast meetings maybe twice a month. There are basically every single breakfast meeting, anybody who's new to the country can stand up and say, I'm from XYZ, this is my skill set. If anybody's looking for a job, there's jobs on the portal. And it's really, I mean, exactly what you're kind of saying. You know, you're new to the country. There's kind of like an introduction to the UAE, because the UAE is also, you know, it's very different. There's a lot of different cultures. It's a Muslim country. There's ways to behave, and there are different options. So I've been really impressed. I don't know if that's the same in other countries with Irish business networks, but for me, they've been an eye-opener, because I didn't know that existed, and I think it's a really welcome network community away from home for Irish people who are either fresh grad or just new to the country.
Let's just say, actually, that's the exact same. They're a really vibrant, impressive group in New Zealand, and they cover the entire country. They're also very active with even, you know, connections with government and with lobbying politicians, but as well of people coming to the country like that, they can just turn up, and they're extremely good. They've also just published a report as well of Irish New Zealand connections, which goes beyond that as well, because what they do is try to foster and help the economy back in Ireland as well from their work in New Zealand. So really impressive organisation.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned this yesterday in our work group, but and I know it's not business specifically, but from talking to Blaine yesterday, who's one of the panellists in Mexico, who set up a GA club, he's playing a tournament in Texas soon, and he's meeting a couple of colleagues there that are playing in that tournament as well. But to get to my point, networking, we've a fairly good structure in a GA sense, as we have it all online on ga.ie. We've it broken down into World GA and every unit. So if you go into the Middle East, and it breaks down all the clubs, and there's a contact there for every single club. Now, what some clubs are doing, and we might look at this even further, is breaking it down into club and areas of expertise in that club. Some clubs are doing that specifically in Europe. So if there's people that have moved over, they know exactly areas of expertise, and someone will know someone in some area of business. But maybe that could be a little link until something like your digital platform is set up.
Yeah, no, thank you. There are great answers there. And again, it goes back to the same point that I think has come up again and again across this panel. It's about the ecosystem, and it's about adding on new bits all the time, recognising, you know, the specifics of the different locations in which Irish communities live, and the age profile, the business profile, the cultural profile. But I think we've heard some really inspiring things here today, and thank you for spending the time and for being the final panel. And if you don't mind, we'll give them a round of applause.
Fabulous stuff. Really delighted to hear about that camogie team as well. I played camogie in Athenry when I was younger, and living in Manchester, it's the one thing I struggle to find. So I do also challenge the GAA. It's easy to start ladies' football teams. It can be a little easier to get into. Camogie, it is more technical. It can be trickier. So I'm going to keep an eye on you. I'll have a chat to you afterwards. Delighted to hear about that. Right, that's our panel discussions all wrapped up. I can see the main man leading his way up towards the stage, because we're going to have an open mic session now for the next hour. You'll see those pages on your table there, which kind of will guide the conversation. So if you want to have a look at them, have a quick read again of the questions. And we're going to have a Q&A, an open mic with the director here of the Irish Abroad Unit, Aidan Cronin. So let's welcome Aidan to the stage.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, everybody. We're almost there. I'm conscious that there's been a lot of, I suppose, presentations and great discussions from the stage over the last day and a half, which is as it should be. There's a lot of interesting topics to be covered and great questions from the audience as well. But I want to switch it now for the last session of the forum, because one of our mantras all along has been that it's your forum, and that's as it should be. So we've been very much looking forward for the last day and a half. Now I think it's an opportunity to not to look backwards, but certainly to reflect on some of the challenges that we've all faced over the last couple of years in particular. But I think in particular, those of you here representing the organisations, the frontline welfare community-based organisations who did some extraordinary work in the course of the pandemic. And I felt it would be really remiss of us to have this event pass without hearing from you. And I don't want this to be a Q&A session. I don't want this to be a conversation that's led from here on stage. I want this to be your conversation amongst yourselves and about your communities, and about the extraordinary and sometimes harrowing and very, very difficult things that you saw over the last 2 years during the pandemic. I don't want to harp on about the pandemic, but look, that's what we're talking about. It was an extraordinary time when, I suppose, some ordinary organisations and ordinary people really stepped up to the mark to be extraordinary. And we saw that firsthand. We had the pleasure and the privilege of working with a lot of you, whether in the UK, the US, and elsewhere. And some of you are in the room today. So we want to hear from you. And we've got a few kind of framing questions here. I'm not going to read them because the time is yours. So I'm hoping we'll get as many contributions as possible. So I'd invite you to speak relatively briefly. We're not going to stop anybody from talking. Apart from me, no, I'm going to shut up. But again, the representatives of the frontline community welfare-based organisations in particular, that's not to exclude anybody else, but you in particular. I mean, the Immigrant Support Programme that supports you, that is at the heart of what we do. So look, over to you. We've got a couple of roving mics in the hall. I've got one here. I'm not going to stay standing up here, because if you could dim the lights here and raise the lights in the room, and this is a room-focused and room-centred conversation, and we have about an hour, okay? We've got 2 mics, one on each side. I've got this as well, so I walk around with this one. Put your hand up, we'll get a mic to you, and looking forward to hearing from as many of you as possible over the next hour. Okay, thanks.
Alan Humphreys from the Irish Support Agency in Sydney. I think when we think about the big changes that happened during the pandemic, particularly in Sydney, it's really exposed a huge vulnerability in the Irish diaspora and I suppose the challenges that they faced. So traditionally we've, I suppose, looked after people in times of crisis and distress, but what we've really found during COVID, and even more so today, is the mental health, the mental health of our diaspora overseas that they're challenged with and they're actually working through. So it's been something that we've heavily invested in as a charity organisation, and we're funding it ourselves on the ground in terms of putting people through culturally sensitive mental health support as they come out of a vulnerable situation or a crisis or a distressing situation. And I think it's really exposed us to the fact that this is something that Irish people of a certain generation wouldn't speak about. They wouldn't speak about their mental health and wellness. But actually we've got a younger cohort of people that are coming to us seeking this support and seeking, the right tools to navigate through a really challenging situation when they're so far away from home. So I think for me, it's probably one for the rest of our community groups to, if you're not involved in that, or even in some of the other organisations that may be chamber focused, is to really kind of keep that front and centre in your mind as well. When you're working with our diaspora, that there is this unlock that's happening certainly within our youth that we need to be acknowledging and supporting. So it's something we're going to continue to do with the Irish Support Agency in Sydney. Is it's not good enough just to give them the hand up and put them back out the door so they can come back in. We really want to get to the root of the problem and resolve that. But I think that's probably the biggest unlock that we've seen as we've moved post-pandemic era, is supporting people's mental health.
Hi. I'm Aileen. I'm from the Coalition of Irish Immigration Centres in the United States. We have a vast majority of our members. I think 90% of our centres are represented here at the forum. We're so glad to be here and to have interacted with so many of our international counterparts over the last day and a half. And thank you for making the time in this open mic to focus on the welfare organizations. I said yesterday in the breakout session, the welfare groups and the welfare objective of the strategy is critical. Oftentimes our centers are the first point of contact, the safe point of contact, the welcoming contact for all different types of people that come to the United States, and I'm sure that our friends in Canada and the UK and Australia can say the same of their work and their organizations. In focusing on the questions here, our centers transitioned into providing critical care for the Irish community in the United States during the pandemic quickly and effectively, and they doubled down on the services that they were providing because it was about keeping people connected. In our case, it was about caring for very vulnerable populations, the undocumented, who had little to no resources of support, and thank you to the Irish government for stepping in and providing some monetary assistance to help with that. It made a big difference. Our elderly populations, our senior groups, who we wanted to make sure remained connected. And the centers did that, and they did it immediately. There wasn't a break because of COVID. There was an increase of work and an increase of innovation. And I think what we've learned, and I know that some of our centers are going to stand up and give some real concrete examples, is that that pace hasn't changed. People are back in person, but they're still doing hybrid because we have various populations that maybe can't get into the center or can't provide or receive that service. So they work tirelessly to make sure that the needs of the evolving diaspora are met. So it's not just the diaspora is changing, but what are those needs and how can they accomplish and support? So they're tirelessly working, and they're tired. I think we can all agree. It's been years now. So I applaud all the work that the welfare organizations are doing. I applaud the people I work with in particular who impress me every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Murphy, the Irish Canadian Immigration Centre. I would echo both my colleagues in America and in Australia with their commentary, and I would say that the pandemic, none of us will deny how devastating it was, but it did rip off a layer of skin that had to be torn off to reveal a number of comorbidities that are existing in our young people around mental health, addiction, depression, and anxiety. And I think the work that has been done in all of our organizations to scale up those kinds of services cannot now go backwards. Now our diaspora expects it from us and needs it from us. Some of us have grown our staff. Some of us need to grow our staff further. I think this is the key piece now in helping the diaspora to trust us and to know that their government is thinking of them. So I'll leave that with you.
My name is Karen McHugh, and I'm from an organisation called Safe Home Ireland, and we're based here in Ireland, and we work with Irish abroad who are considering returning home to Ireland. And I'd like to applaud the work of all the frontline agencies all over the world. They were our link to those people who are housebound, particularly all over the world, and their work has just been phenomenal in every country, I will have to say. It was just great to be able to have that support. I suppose I'm really pleased that we can actually have on the agenda that some people are thinking of returning to Ireland, and I think it's really important that those conversations are part of this forum as well. So anybody who may be considering, I know it's been a very business and culture and sport focused, but I think it's really, really critical that we actually focus on those most vulnerable of our diaspora abroad, and particularly the support, I suppose, through the immigrant support program. The needs are not decreasing, they are increasing, and I think you can hear that today, that COVID, had a disastrous effect on everybody, but particularly those who were, disenfranchised. And a couple of points other. I just want to also say that not everyone is online, not everyone is IT literate. There are a lot of people, be it older Irish, who are housebound, who are not as connected. There are prisoners, there are people who are homeless, in lots of different challenging situations. So I suppose, and also travellers who do not have, I suppose, that possibility of connection in the same way. So let's not forget those members of our community as well. And I suppose for some of the issues for returning, I think we need to keep on the agenda the barriers for return. And I looked at the strategy again about some of those barriers, addressing those barriers. Some have not been addressed, and I think it's really important that we continue to, I suppose, focus on addressing some of the barriers for all people in business, people in culture, sport, not just those that we work with. So I'd reiterate that. And I suppose we've noticed an increase of people returning who have a lot more complex needs, and also increase in people abroad who may be in nursing home care and want to come back to Ireland to nursing care. And we work very closely with our counterparts here in Ireland, the Irish Council for Prisoner Seas, Crosscare, Irish Diaspora Project, Citizen Information Board, and also the consular services. And my final point, it would be great if there was a way that those, our groups could have a stronger connection with possibly the GAA, who could promote our work. Maybe, I know it happens, but I think it would be better if there was, more of a connection. Also, from a cultural and business point of view, if you can, if we can strengthen those links between us all, because we all have the same motive at the end of the day, supporting Irish abroad and those who want to return. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Loftus from Leeds Irish Health and Homes, and probably my first reflection is I was so proud of the way we as an Irish community came together to respond to the pandemic in Leeds, not least because of the multiplicity of groups and organisations that had previously had good intentions of coming together, but we never actually did. And so that rallying cry from that first day was just phenomenal. It was the Irish dancing schools, it was the GAA, it was it was the musicians all coming together and coming to our organisation and saying, what can we help ye do? you know the community, you know about welfare, you know about understanding, what can we help you do? And that was phenomenal, and that the work was hard, you know, it was not easy, but we managed to do it. And I suppose I'm reflecting on what our colleague Dan here said, which is we can't go back. And I suppose I'm a little bit worried that we can go back very easily, because it was easier in those early days of the pandemic during lockdown when people had more time. Some people had more time, I should stress. Not everyone did. But, you know, people had time that they didn't expect to have, and they were willing to give it, whereas now the ability to find that time to sit around and talk amongst ourselves. So not only are we asking people to help and run the under-11s GAA group and make wash the kits and make the buns, we're also asking them to come and talk about how they work with other groups and then pass the word on. It feels like we're asking a lot. And even though that is community, that's how we build things, I suppose I'm worried that we could easily go back. I think the second thing about the pandemic was it showed how that connection back to Ireland was incredibly important, but also for Irish communities to be able to reach out to the diaspora. And I would love us to think about some really innovative and creative ways that we could maybe create those connections to small community groups in Ireland, to our community groups worldwide, you know, digital tea parties, whatever we want to do. But I think that is incredibly important, that we keep that that connection from our remote Irish communities worldwide, not just to their own places, but back home here. So I think there's lots more we can do, but I think I'd love to say we can't go back, but I think we easily could if we don't keep pushing forward.
Aidan. Dan Dennehy. You know, in New York, obviously, we're very struck by the collaborative effort between Ireland and all the community groups. It's well documented, and I think that it's raised awareness that these groups are there. The one thing I would say is kids these days are wonderful. The young adults in our communities and the young adults here in Ireland want to interact, they want to connect, and any organization that's not doing its level best to connect with these people is missing a really great opportunity. The other thing I want to say is that immigration and visa restrictions are affecting everything that we do, every bit of interface. So we have to revisit this. Certainly in the United States, I think we had an opportunity a few years that was more welcoming to immigration issues, but I'd like Ireland to single itself out and renew its vigor in working on the immigration, because we still have undocumented, and we really need to give opportunities to young people. I mean, it's the beautiful connectivity already, but we can do a little bit more work. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Sarah Owen, Crosscare Migrant Project, and now known as Crosscare Irish Diaspora Support Project. I'd like to echo the points that Karen was making about return. During the pandemic, what we found is that people were returning in crisis, their support networks had gone, and those who were in non-traditional destinations where there weren't welfare supports they could connect in with had in some cases no choice but to come back with nothing. Conversely, however, there were systems that they could plug into. Say if they were coming back and they were homeless, we were able to connect people into quarantine where they could stay in quarantine for 2 weeks, and we would be able to work with them to connect them in to the supports that they needed. That's not happening now. We have the worst housing crisis in contemporary times that Ireland has ever seen. We have people who come back, can't get access to emergency accommodation, are street homeless immediately on arrival. So there are barriers and there are challenges, and we've gone from a period of working intensely, like Aileen and the Coalition says, to a period where we've continued working intensely. So those pressures exist, and yet the work is being done. So I'd like to just say to everyone in the room who is doing the welfare work, it's incredible. I think reaching out to people and the way that groups mobilized abroad was essential, but we are still seeing fallout from the pandemic, so we mustn't forget that. The other point that I'd like to make is just in relation to immigration. and how we are seeing a return to emigration. There are pull factors, of course. People who couldn't emigrate and wanted to are now taking up those opportunities to go abroad, to travel. But there's also push factors, and again, the housing crisis being one of those. People are leaving and are being pushed to leave. And I suppose the real point here that I'd like to make is our new diaspora starts in Ireland. And so how do we connect with them before they go abroad, before they know that they need to connect in with Irish networks and that it's useful for them? How do we get to them before they do that? And that's a bit of a tightrope to walk because of our own history with emigration. You know, I understand that the government can't be seen to be promoting emigration, but we need to address the fact that this is a reality for people, and how do we support them to connect in with everyone in this room and more, and know about us before they leave. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shauna Mulligan. I have the great privilege of running the Irish Centre in South East London. It's a real hidden gem, and I'm going to extend an invite to everyone in the room. If you ever are in London, maybe cross the river, you know, come down to Greenwich, Lewisham, Bexley, Kent. We're there, and we support the Irish community down in South East London. I'm not going to repeat anything everyone said, but you know, looking at the questions and getting a wee kick from Izzy to think about what I might say. It was a stress test. It was a real uninvited stress test for the organisation. There was lots of positives came out of it, but when you were in the middle of it, it was really hard to see what you were really going through, and you were firefighting daily. And so many people in this room, you know, would have been doing exactly what I was doing. It was 24/7, it was Saturdays, it was Sundays, it was through the night, it was, you know, rapid response and trying to support a team at the same time. It's a credit to everyone here how much we were managed to do in such a short space of time. Our funders were great, they responded, they gave us opportunities, and then we had to innovate, and then we had to try and respond. The Christmas hampers is a big one for us. The fact we managed to distribute 1,200 hampers in a matter of 3 weeks was just insane. Like, you wouldn't have known me at the time, and I had a lot more grey hair, but it was absolutely insane. Now, the Christmas hampers for us, as much as it was a lovely gift, it wasn't about the gift. We really and truly understood in the first 6 months that the phone calls weren't working. People were suffering. They weren't saying, they were on the phone, they were telling us everything was grand, and it really wasn't. And the Christmas hampers was our sneaky way of getting over the regulations and the rules and the restrictions at the time for us to be able to get to their door, to open the door, to talk to them, to find out what's really going on in their lives. And you know, everyone here will have their own story, but something as simple as someone needing a beetroot jar opened was exactly what the volunteers were saying. You know, devastated, in tears, that someone had actually come to the door and said hello. And to that point, this is where the welfare, you know, is such a key priority for organisations. Welfare isn't a one-stop shop. It's not an appointment. It's not a phone call. It's all of those things. It's phoning people, seeing people, having online groups, and not shying away from the IT, but not using it in isolation. People want the variety, and everybody's an individual, and we can't give everybody one-stop shop welfare. But the pressure and the strain that puts on resources for organisations who only have 1 or 2 staff providing the welfare service is quite huge, and it's something that needs to be addressed. You know, if we're going to have variety, if we're going to reach new people, young people, new need, and obviously in the UK we're very much struggling with inflation and the cost of living crisis now as well. There's so much happening, and you have to be able to respond to all of that. The change on the high street and the change in services, so many charities did not make it. Social prescribing, which is a big thing that's used in the UK to get referrals through to us. We're getting referrals from everybody and anybody now. There's no other service in the area that's providing what we do, which puts more strain on us and our services, but is a credit to what we do. We have such a diverse range, we meet the need, we're on the ground, we do it quickly, and local government aren't having to rely on that. In the same way that, you know, the DFA and the Embassy and the Immigrant Support Programme responded rapidly with the hampers, councils now very kindly are starting to respond to the welfare need. We were lucky that a local council decided we would be the distributors of welfare grants, cash payments, which are often overlooked, which are very hard to, I suppose, audit and follow up, and you know, where does the money go and how do they spend it? But at the minute, with people trying to do more with less, £150 cash is a lifeline. It's an absolute God save, and it means that their quality of life is greatly improved overnight. Having local councils, having local government, having funders rely on us and trust us enough to be able to do those things is, yes, a risk and is probably a bit fearful, and it's not really what the civil servant wants to hear, but it makes such a difference. The hampers made a difference. They got people connected. Welfare grants make a difference, get people connected, and supporting us to provide to a variety of needs across the board are the things that make a difference. We have not seen the true impact of COVID. We've not seen the true impact of the cost of living crisis, and it's only going to get worse. And I don't want to be pessimistic, but as long as funders respond, as long as the community responds, as long as the staff are resilient and we keep powering through, and as long as networks like this remain connected, we can tackle it. We're great. We're absolute experts in our field. We innovate. We do loads. Every single one of you has shown that through the COVID pandemic, and I love that. And I think, there's so much positive things that we can do going forward, but, we need the risk, we need the support, and we need the statutory services, helping us with the little pinch points. And thank you for having us today.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paddy Callan. I'm the operations manager with Culleton in Britain. I think the first thing when looking at post-pandemic reflections from our own perspective is it was a very quickly changing world. Things were changing on a daily basis. At the time, you didn't know if you were going to be in a situation for a couple of weeks or indeed a couple of months or even further. And as things were changing, we were, of course, as I'm sure many of the other organisations here were in close contact with the department. I'd like to thank them for the speediness of which they responded to any requests that we made. And in doing that in the time that they did allowed us to be much more efficient in delivering those services. So first of all, thank you for that. As a community-led organisation, we have a lot of contact on the ground, and that led to quite a lot of collaborative approach with other organisations as well. Myself and Evan here from another organisation delivered a number of food hampers as well, so that's certainly not unique, but very much needed. So yeah, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity. It's very much appreciated, not just by us here, but the people across the world who we work on behalf of, so thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Swanton, and I'm from Boston, the Irish Pastoral Centre. Mr. Cronin, I'd like to speak to you directly, if you don't mind, because yesterday at our breakout session, I said this and I meant it. Without the emergency funding from the Immigrant Support Programme, we were going to close. We would not have been able to do the work that we did. You planted the seed for the city of Boston, for the Irish community to be able to support each other. The undocumented were our biggest crisis. Every Irish organisation in Boston gathered around us, led by the Consulate. The British Consulate gathered around us. It was the most amazing and remarkable showcase of support and working together that I've ever seen in my life. And I mean it sincerely when I say that people survived the pandemic because of the Immigrant Support Programme. And I want to thank you very, very much. Our Immigration Resource Centre is often the first response. Somebody will come in, I just want to give you a couple of examples. Sure. Somebody will come in, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, my green card's expired. Why is your green card expired? Because I don't have the money to pay for it. Then we find out the reason why they can't pay for it. And it becomes multi-steps of support. So as a result of the pandemic, we built a community resource base with all of the organisations in Boston at state and local level. that now acknowledge us as a reputable organisation in the city. Before, as we were fundraising, we would kind of keep the immigration support programme quiet. Now we shout it because we're able to stand in front of every funder and every donor and say, our government stands behind us. Will you help us too? And it's working. We have almost tripled our budget. We've tripled our staff. Every single issue that came to us through the pandemic, we documented it. It has become part of our strategic plan, and it's working. Our case management, our social work, our trust. The community trusts us. The organisation in Boston trusts us. My colleague here, Audrey Larkin, ran all of the direct aid. $140,000 was given out very quickly in rent relief. She did a remarkable job. The team at the Pastoral Centre did a remarkable job, and everybody fed off that. It was a great example of the diaspora strategy. We hit every pillar, and it became our syllabus. So the work that you do here really does have far-reaching consequences on the ground, and it makes the difference to individuals. Our work with the coalition in the United States allows us to have a bigger impact in ordinary people's lives. Cross-Care Migrant Project, Safe Home Ireland, they are the most amazing resources wherever you are in the world. If you have somebody coming home or in need of care in Ireland, which we did, we had a couple of very critical situations, reach out to them. They have been unbelievable. How can we help? What do you need? Let's get it done. It's phenomenal. Immigrant support program permeates the whole system. Absolutely brilliant. What completely caught us by surprise was the travel ban. Now we had to pivot because families in Ireland couldn't come out for critical medical cases to see family members. So our team became the team on the ground trying to access the hospitals, doing the FaceTime with the patients, with their families at home. That was huge. It was exhausting. It was really, really hard. We got it done. One particular one sticks in my mind. A young gentleman from Donegal was critically injured during the pandemic in Boston, 19, 20 years old. Travel ban, parents can't come out. Time to get the visa, time to get the emergency thing. Is he going to live? Is he not going to live? What's the situation? Who's on the ground? There's an incredible Donegal association in Boston. They weren't able to help. They couldn't go into the hospital. No visitors. So we were, how are we going to do this? So we spoke to some people, nurses that worked in the hospital, Irish nurses. Can you go in? Can you just stay with him? Can you liaise? We gave the parents cell phone numbers. Can you just liaise with the family? Keep talking to them, not officially, just be nice, be supportive, be kind until we can get them out here. We got a hotel right beside the hotel, right beside the hospital, in case a gentle and kind doctor might say, I'm going to lift it, you guys can come in. No visitors, nothing. So they stayed in that hotel, not knowing what the outcome was going to be for the son. People in our community dropped off scones, Barry's tea. How are you doing? What do you need? How can we help? That was our response. The Irish Apostolate, our prisoners, the prisoners in Boston, it was absolutely horrific what they went through. They were in their cells night and day, locked down through the whole of COVID. It was terrible. Our prison visiting team, they couldn't go in. But we kept at it, and we kept at it, and we finally got it done because our consulate helped us. So I need to take this opportunity, and I know everybody has a story, and I'm sorry I spoke for so long, but it is critical that you know how much we need you.
Yep.
We are better,
Absolutely.
and we are stronger, and we say thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, John Devitt from Gailey Park, Chicago. Came back home this morning, originally from Dublin. Met my niece here this morning. This is a GA story of just of the power of the GA. She's a Kerry lady. Met her husband in Abu Dhabi about 4 years ago. Got married in Killarney, Lowland, and San Diego. In each of those situations, Abu Dhabi and San Diego, her first point of contact was the GA team. We can never underestimate the power of networking within the GA community. Even this lady back here that spoke about people coming back to Ireland, we've had several families leave Chicago in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean families with 3 and 4 children, and their first point of contact when they come home to Mayo, Carlow, Donegal, or Galway is the local GA team. They get their kids involved right away. The power of the GA networking-wise can never be underestimated. They were the forerunners for us in Gailey Park, Chicago during the pandemic, an organization that relies on weddings and banquets in a bar to fund all that we do, which is, you know, everything Irish, cultural, dancing, drama, the GA, set dancing, conversation, drinking pints of Guinness, whatever you call it, anything that we do that's Irish. Our doors were closed. The GA were the first people back because they could operate outdoors and they inspired the rest of us. What has changed for us in Gailey Park, to answer the first question, is weddings have gone south. We thought after COVID was over that we would see people coming back and getting married again, but it's exactly the opposite. In the last 3 years, people have got used to getting married in their backyards, and that's what's continuing. So that's been one of the changes for us. One of our biggest sources of income has actually gone south in us. On a personal level, the two things that this lady I seen this morning dancing, Margaret McAuliffe, and then this movie which I seen on Colleen Kuhn, it brought back a lot of memories for me as someone who emigrated 50 years ago and who married a Donegal girl, raised 4 kids, and we struggled with one thing, and that was we came from that generation of people who were seen and not heard. As you can see, I've recovered. But you struggle raising kids and pushing them out there to be themselves and to participate and to have confidence in themselves. The message I took from Colleen Kuhn was the old message. The message I took from that young lady dancing was that how she pushed herself out there and how her confidence brought her forward and her self-esteem. And I think that's a very, very important message for all of us, is self-esteem and to push, to encourage our children to be out there and to have self-esteem. I'm not a social worker, I'm not a mental health specialist, but it's my belief that when raising kids, self-esteem is the most important thing. Get them active in social circles, be it GA games, be it set dancing, be it Ceilidh dancing, be it all the parts of our Irish culture that brings people together and makes us a community. Thank you very much.
That's right. I don't know if you can hear me, but there's a lady here who's had her hand up for quite a while.
I can be brief, thank you. I just wanted to follow on what they said from Boston. If you did contribute to the Navajo Nation during COVID, you saved lives. So the Irish diaspora, it's the size of Ireland with 13 stores on it. So anyone who contributed to that just helped us show that it was about our own communities and our own people. We had crisis situations. We had a Dublin fellow pass away in the hospital. Very similar situation, but we could also show that we could give to others at the same time. I wanted to give maybe something tangible you could do for the cross-community learnings. If you are in an area where there was colonization, for us that's the Native American, there's 22 tribes in Arizona where I am. We do a land acknowledgement statement in Irish and English at the beginning of our events. And it's just something that says, hey, while we're here and we've immigrated to your community, we're acknowledging the space where you live, and we're thankful that we can have a physical centre on your land in your presence. It goes a very long way towards broadening our approach and making our space available. The other thing we learned through this, miraculously, we're kind of like your example of, it's a wedding venue. Well, it's not a very big centre. The LGBTQIX+ community, they had nowhere to get married. They were coming and saying, no one will take us. No one will let us have our wedding. And we said, we will. And we signed the One Community Pledge with the City of Phoenix. And that has, just moved again. We've now members of the board. So we're trying to broaden how we represent our community in the space that we live. We added St. Bridget's Day to our annual events. We had our 4th Women's Conference. And then my final thing would be, I do come from a technology background. We get calls from the mother in Wexford on our page saying, my daughter's moving to Phoenix, can someone reach out to her and have coffee? And we just put that together. So we do kind of leverage that social media aspect. We're the 4th largest population in the United States now by the 2020 census, so it's the centre will only be 25 years old next year, but Tucson was founded in the 1770s by a wild geese kind of, so there's a lot of history. Blaine told you about a movie, watch One Man's Hero for a very unknown story about Irish and the impact on the Mexican border as well. So those are just some things that I think maybe we've learned. Again, we did pivot to welfare. It wasn't something we were necessarily totally doing. So we're working with Aileen and San Francisco to do a little bit more in that space. But those might be things when you're living and working among those diaspora that you can do differently. Also, another proud fact, the Chief Technology Officer at Intel is from Cork. She's the most influential woman in technology. If you haven't heard of her, Dr. Anne Kelleher, she's been a great advocate of the communities there. People go backwards and forwards all the time. They did get stuck in the United States during COVID, and they did obviously have a company infrastructure that they could leverage. So we've learned from the big companies' infrastructure, and how we could then small scale that into our immigrant support program for all of the other people that don't have that big infrastructure like you described, and kind of how we can help that. So those just are some learnings from a relatively younger community in the United States. So thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, I have to say I'm coming from the trade perspective, and I'm absolutely overwhelmed by the stories of so many phenomenal volunteers here in the room and beyond, and all those you represent. And without all of the hard work and the commitment and that absolute driven passion for our people, so many people wouldn't be helped across the world. And again, if we didn't have the ESP program, this couldn't happen. We are an example to countries across the world, as we saw yesterday, with many representatives from other countries invited to learn from us, from our government, over the years, what they have done with this policy and how it's evolving. From the trade perspective, obviously through various scenarios that happen in Canada, where I live, and I would revert to Kathy here during the pandemic with the mental health services that were brought in, etc., and the connection to the Samaritans. We found in the trade section that people were reaching out to us, but very privately. And one of the things that's become very obvious, aside from all the comments I made yesterday, I'd like to add, it's become very evident that there's an evolving and changing landscape in the voluntary sphere, shall I say. We're all busy. Everybody has got jobs. And continuing in a voluntary role to deliver the services that is expected of our membership and our communities is becoming more and more challenging. And there's two things that concern me. One is an overlap in resources, the spend from the government to all of our organizations. So what we've tried to do in Canada is to consolidate. We have put the Chambers of Commerce together under the Ireland Canada Business Council, which I founded and chair. We maintain our funding from the ESP, gratefully and thankfully, but we're trying to consolidate our resources and our energies to be more effective in delivering the message and being the voice to the government here in Dublin and in Canada. But I do realize, and in conversations with colleagues, that human resources are a huge challenge. And I think it's time for us, from my perspective, to really think about how can we do this going forward into the future. We can't keep asking for money, spend, spend, spend. We have to be more effective in what we do and how we do it. And I look at the voluntary organizations at home in Canada and here and across the world. And I'm amazed at the stories and the work that you do. How do you do it? What are the challenges for human resources going forward? And perhaps an even bigger question, from all the problems that have come forth, Aidan, is there an identified shortage of resources in our embassies and consular services that would require more funding to place more staff there? And from the perspective of what type of roles they would be, what roles would the government, do we and the people in Ireland consider that would be appropriate for the embassies to expand their role and the services they deliver? So if we take some of the services that all of you are providing, and we did sort of a data entry and did a bit of an analysis on that and say, okay, what are the core problems that the voluntary organizations simply can't deliver to the people who need them? And does that fit into a government mandate? And if so, can that be funded? And can the roles be expanded so that the embassies and their team get more help? Because from what I see from time to time, I think they really could use the extra help to help us help others. That's a consideration for yourselves to take back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm just looking at my name is John Gilton, and I'm Secretary of the Council of Irish County Associations. It's a voluntary organisation that was set up in 1954 in London, and we actually are based our meetings in the London Irish Centre in Camden. It's a great privilege to be here. The very first line, as we're now getting back to normal. Isn't it a wonderful feeling for us all to be here after the long absence? To meet old friends, new friends, and get back to normal. It was absolutely wonderful. One of the things I wanted to actually talk or actually make a point about was that as a result of the pandemic, it taught us a very valuable lesson as regards the demographics of our community, especially with the older people who were very, very genuinely isolated and fearful. And on that point alone, our own organisation worked quite well with it. And I have to pay tribute, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in this room that will back me up on this one. The dynamic of the Irish community in London is to be applauded. It really is. And I'm going to single out a couple of particular points, okay? First and foremost, when we couldn't interact with one another, we actually had to do all the social distancing and various different things. We learned how to reinvent the wheel, basically. People who were not so tech savvy all of a sudden became Zoom experts. We actually enhanced our Facebook profiles. We did our websites. Even for the older generation, we have a couple of great assets in London that we don't really want to actually talk about too much, because otherwise people will want to take them away and do something else with them. But like in particular, we have two dynamic newspapers that are weekly, national newspapers, but they particularly focus in on London. You've got the Irish Post and the Irish World. We have a truly fantastic local radio station called irishradio.org, run by the dynamic Jerry Byrne, and he really kind of keeps the community on its toes and actually highlights and focuses. We worked quite closely with them during the pandemic, but in particular, I have to say, when we were actually brought to a situation whereby we actually had to revert to doing things online, there are a couple of organizations who worked. We always work closely with a lot of the organizations in London, but in particular, obviously, because we're based there, and we have been going, like I say, since 1954. Please God, next year we'll be having our 70th birthday, which will be a great achievement. Particularly the London Irish Centre in Camden, the dynamic work that they did with the volunteers, knocking on people's doors, doing hampers, cooking meals, all that kind of stuff. Another organisation that's also based in Camden is the Irish Elderly Advice Network, who we work very closely with, and a couple of their delegates are here today, and we thank them for their support and honest hard work. But like I say, there are a couple of other organisations that worked alongside us as well. I'd like to pay tribute to the Irish Chaplaincy, who are also based in Camden, and also, actually, excuse me one moment, I just made a few notes because it was really, I think another one of our colleagues, that the gentleman from the digital world earlier on mentioned Willie Moon. He is a godsend. We had that month. It is absolutely brilliant. I mean, if ever you want to know anything about London, contact Willie Moon and get him on your get him to put you on his mailing list. You can read that forever, and if you didn't know anything about London, you'll know all about it. It's as simple as that, from A to Z. It's like an A to Z directory. But one particular actual point about the pandemic was that when we actually started to return to normality again, we like having meetings and activities, people were slow and reluctant to come back, and they still are to this point. And we have to be very appreciative of that dynamic, you know. And so a lot of things are still done online, and I have to pay particular tribute to the London Irish Centre in Camden for the way they actually stepped up to the mark and did excellent work online with actual, you know, concept. And also the Irish in Britain, they actually had the most fantastic forums as regards community forums, emphasis on health, welfare, well-being. And likewise with the chaplaincy, we had actual reflections and various different events, as Eddie would actually reiterate later probably. And also, the other ones actually that I have to pay a very special tribute to are our staff and our colleagues in the Embassy of Ireland in London. They really were dynamic, really and truly, and they brought it all together. On a final note, I'd just like to thank you all as well, because it's been really wonderful to be here. I always enjoy it. I take these things back with me, and I share them with the people. And even just actually talking about it and showing the enthusiasm can spark something to make things even more better. And thank you very much. And thank you all most sincerely. Thank you.
Hello, my name is William Foote. I'm the Centre Director of the Irish Cultural Centre in Hammersmith. It's wonderful to see you all get an opportunity to be here, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all the welfare organisations for all the work that they did during COVID, because it really was a lifeline to a lot of the community. But I'm going to come at it from a different angle, as we're an arts and culture centre, and we had a very different experience during the pandemic. And what a pandemic we all would have had if we didn't have music, literature, film to escape to, and the support that the arts gave to communities as well. We were the first to close when the pandemic hit, and we were the last to reopen in arts and culture. And yes, that had a very strange and panicky 3 months as well. And then I want to thank the support that came from the Irish Abroad Unit, because with your emergency funding, we were able to create a digital channel, ICC Digital, which has supported and gave work to Irish artists in the pandemic and actually let them do what they were hoping to do over those 3 months where they couldn't work. Of course, that was a bit of a nightmare for us operationally, and making sure that they weren't coming close to each other, and how much of a death trap a flute actually was fun to work out, because they had to be 4 meters away rather than 2 meters away from everybody. But we got there in the end, and it was such a support. But coming into this sort of new normal in arts and culture and where we are, that connectivity that it brought, and the solace it brought, and the escapism it brought to the community, and the thanks that everybody has given places like us for what we were able to do, is we ran straight first into a different sort of new normal, where the demand for being online and being in the centre at exactly the same time was exactly what you said. The workload doubled immediately. We have 4 members of staff running everything, with the dedicated board of trustees, your volunteers, and a small team of volunteers, about 15 volunteers. We do everything in the centre, and everybody wanted everything, both online and in centre, and how we grew that together to support and continue that hunger. Then coming into the cost of living, and also the fact that in London, the arts are being defunded by the Arts Council England at this moment in time due to an unstructured levelling up programme, which nobody knows what levelling up actually is. When I ask people what levelling up is, they say, well, it's levelling up, and they don't say anything. So we had national institutions in London not get funded from Arts Council England this year, which now means they're in our pot for funding organisations. So when we put applications into Arts Council England for little projects, places like the Donmar Warehouse, which are 5 times the size of us in turnover, are in our pot now because of the defunding of London. So I just wanted to bring to the attention the importance of the arts and culture during the pandemic, that demand is still there, and I know there's so many organisations that are working from it, and we're all understaffed in that way and whatnot, but to bring that, it was such a lifeline to have that funding and support the communities and shine a light on the brilliant talent that was there in the community is great, but also remind that countries that support artists, arts and culture, have longer health and better school grades, and we have an opportunity here when, especially in London and England, arts are getting defunded, to really keep shining the light and the torch for Irish culture and Irish artists around the world, and say, keep doing what you're doing, because it matters, and it matters to the community. Thank you.
For relatively brief contributions.
Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead, but
thanks, Adrian.
We're on the clock.
Councillor Troy Gallagher, London Borough of Islington, and former Mayor of Islington, and the first Irish-born Mayor of Islington at that as well. Adrian and colleagues, I want to add my voice to what William and to what John said about the many Irish organisations that helped throughout COVID and was at the very front line. I also want to pay tribute to my fellow Irish-born councillors in London and around the UK who, like myself, were doing 16 to 18 hours, not just with our own constituents, with our own boroughs, but also working with the Irish organisations to help the Irish diaspora as well, and those that needed it. The one issue that I wanted to speak to you about is the issue of male suicide, Adrian. And throughout the increase in the rise of male suicide, throughout the pandemic as well, lifted the lid on a very serious issue, which is relevant in Ireland as it is in London and the UK. The male suicide is for those between 18 to 24 and 42 to 56. In my own ward of Bunhill and Islington, 3 people I knew, 2 of which were Irish, committed suicide during the pandemic. Again, only 2 months ago, there was 4 people in Donegal, 2 of which I knew, committed suicide. And I think there's a real issue here that the pandemic exposed, not just about mental health, but also about specifically on male suicide, because men don't talk. And we heard earlier on, your kind self said so, you came from a generation of where you were seen and not heard. Men don't talk about their emotions. And I think through my work, through my charity work as mayor, I raised fundraising for this, raising the awareness, and opened up the conversations through Irish community leaders, getting them involved. And as Daniel O'Donnell said at the Merrill Gala Ball, he says it's easier to get to heaven than it is, and to find a needle in a haystack, than it is to get an appointment to be able to discuss about if you're in a moment of crisis. I think there's a unique opportunity for us, both from the Irish government and from all the diaspora, to work together with our organisations to address the issue of male suicide, to open up the conversation, to get young men talking, using the GAA, using the football, using the various different strands, and people who have perhaps had suicide thoughts, to be able to share their stories and how they came across. And I think that's a unique opportunity that the Irish government, through the wonderful embassy work that Isabel and the team do, to get all different parts of the organisations to focus on raising awareness of male suicide. And then for the Irish government then to use those lessons back into Ireland to address the issues of male suicide within the country, and using through local authorities as well. And I just wonder if perhaps that's a unique avenue that we could take forward as a lesson learned and something good to address a much critical social issue that comes out of the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Could I just comment on that? One of the earlier contributions or contributors commented that COVID had ripped off a layer of skin that really needed to be ripped off, and I think that last contribution speaks to that. So it's something that we have very much in mind. This will have to be the last contribution. I think I see Celine with a microphone in her hand, and far be it for me to try to stop Celine from saying a few words. So Celine, you can have the final word, please.
It's a bit of a Kerry-Cork rivalry, really, Aidan, isn't it?
You will.
And thank you, and I appreciate it. And I too will be brief. There were just a couple of things that were said around the room. We have an ever-changing and evolving diaspora, and the welfare organisations were historically seen as, certainly in the United States, and I think in the UK as well, serving an older community, serving a longer, more established community. COVID again turned that on its head, and we saw a lot of younger Irish people who were struggling, who were suffering. There were employment issues, there were immigration issues, there were survival issues. We ran a food pantry for 12 months. We had to call on volunteers. We had tech company workers who had nothing to do because they were sitting at home waiting for something to do, who were coming forward and saying, can we help? I think it has given us some ideas how to come out of it, and in terms of business leaders who are here, how can you support organisations like ours who struggle for funding, who are very grateful for the funding that we get from ESP, but how can you provide us with staff who have technical training and skills and support and help us with our data management? I'm looking at Declan over there. And how can we find ways to improve and make the jobs that we do easier? There was a question about what can be done in terms of, on a government level, in terms of supporting in crisis, communities in crisis. The government does a phenomenal job on consular care, but the government has a very defined and definite role as to what they can do. And when they stop, we start, and we take over, and we take the client for the long term. The government does its job, but when it comes to getting the client back up on their feet, back to Ireland if necessary, through the difficulty that it is the centres on the ground. So if business organisations and chambers want to support us in that, we're delighted to take that support. But it's a very vital part of the work that we do. And it's a very quiet part of the work that we do. It's not something that we can stand up and say, oh, Tom over there, we, did what we did, and he had his mental crisis, and we walked him through it, and we provided the cultural care and the competency. It's private, so it's very hard to put it out there, but it's very valuable work that is being done. The future of Irish America, there was a lot of conversations around the future of our diaspora. Immigration reform, as Dan mentioned, is a huge part of it. And it's the cyclical migration, and you see it between the UK and Ireland. You come and you go, and that lovely relationship, it sails along. And we've just hit very stormy seas in the United States when it comes to that. And anything that can be done on the business side, on the government side, on the cultural side, on the sports side, to encourage that relationship. It's we saw Biden here last week, the importance of that relationship. I think there are amazing groups in this room, globally. I think the government, we're lucky to have you, but you're lucky to have us too. And we look forward to continuing. It came up in some panel the other day about moving from the grantor, grantee scenario to the partnership. And I think we're well on the way to we're in a very solid partnership, but keeping that partnership and looking to the future. Thanks, Aidan.
Thanks, Celine. Look, I'll draw to a close there. The purpose of this segment wasn't to draw conclusions. It was to open the floor to you and to have what I think was a good conversation. Just on the Immigrant Support Programme, we often say to each other in the team, the budget isn't huge, it can always be bigger, but it goes a long way. But it doesn't go a long way because of us. It goes a long way because of the work that you all do, which is extraordinary. So we know how much the money that we give you matters because you do so much with it. So thank you all for that. Now I have the pleasure to... We're definitely almost there now, so I'm going to ask the Secretary-General of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Joe Hackett, who once occupied my role, so Joe knows this territory very, very well and is known to a lot of you. Joe's just going to wrap up with a few well-chosen words. Thanks.
Thanks, Aidan. Thank you very much. The person who is asked to wrap up has a very simple job, just to be short. Okay, so I get it, I understand. I've been listening there for the last hour for this wrap-up session, and I've heard many of you speak with appreciation about the role of our consulates, of our Irish Abroad unit, of our embassies. And I appreciate that, and I'm grateful for it, and thank you, and it's sincere. But I'd like to start with Celine's point, because it's where I planned on starting, with appreciation for the work that you do. It's a unique privilege, and it's a special opportunity to be a civil servant, whether it's in the Department of Foreign Affairs or elsewhere, and to be exposed to and work with our people abroad. It stays with you. It's really powerful, because you get exposed to remarkable stories of individuals and the remarkable story of the collective story of our diaspora. And in doing so, as a civil servant, you get to understand your country much, much better. In fact, I don't think you can understand Ireland, how it's evolved, or modern Ireland, without spending time with our people abroad, because they're inextricably linked. And that's been true in the experience for literally hundreds of civil servants, whether they've worked on the issue at HQ or whether they've been in one of our missions abroad. I know it's my story. I was privileged as a young lad with a little bit more hair and not a great deal of sense to be sent to Boston on my first posting, and in the late 1990s. And I was only there literally a week, and there was a terrible construction accident, and two guys who were about my age at that time died. And they hadn't been in Boston very long, they were just over for the summer. And I got to see the way in which the Irish community in Boston wrapped themselves and their arms around those families who weren't living in Boston, who came over. I watched the Irish Pastoral Centre, and I watched what was then the Irish Immigration Centre, and the local GAA, and the Cultural Centre, now based in Canton, come together in a remarkable way to do everything possible to show empathy and support for them. And it stayed with me. It stayed with me actually as a defining experience as a public servant, to have the privilege to witness that. And that's just me, but all of my colleagues who've served in similar roles have had something similar happen to them, whether it was the way in which we saw the Irish community respond in an incredible way to the great tragedy of 9/11 in New York, where for weeks and months afterwards, both the Irish-born community and the wider Irish-American community held vigils and support groups and did everything possible to respond. There's a lot of people here from the UK, and the Irish government's got a lot of credit for the Emigrant Support Programme, and we're fortunate to have leadership from Minister Fleming and the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach. But the Emigrant Support Programme comes from you. It comes from the story of our most vulnerable individuals, homeless Irish men in London and in Cricklewood in particular in the early 2000s, who spoke up in an RT documentary about their experience and the experience that many thousands of people like them had had for decades. And through that documentary was a task force on immigrants that was chaired by the late Paddy O'Hanlon, which led to the Irish Abroad Unit and the Emigrant Support Programme. So that didn't come from the Irish government. That didn't come from the Irish people based here in Ireland. It came from our community in Britain and in the UK. And I'm privileged to lead an organisation that has many people every week in Leeds and Camden and Liverpool and Birmingham and Newcastle and Manchester, working with welfare support groups, community centres and cultural groups to be exposed to the stories that they all have to tell. We saw it on the trade and economic side during our recession of 13 years ago, when many people at the most senior levels of business and not at the most senior levels of business put their hand up, both locally and here in Dublin, to see what they could do to help. We see it now in the vibrancy of our community in Australia and New Zealand, where tens of thousands of young Irish people are contributing in an incredible way to Australia and to New Zealand and to Canada. We see it in Dubai and in Asia. And we see it in the quiet stories of our missionary communities in many parts of the world, who, though of a generation that are fading out, the legacy they've left is extraordinary. So when we talk about Irish foreign policy, when we talk about Ireland being elected to the Security Council, when we talk about Ireland's soft power, when we talk about how people around the world think well of us and think about Irish values, that comes from one source. It comes from the story of our people abroad. Our reputation internationally, the reason people know us, the reason people like us, is because they've been exposed and experienced our people abroad. And without that, we would be a fragment of our influence and impact around the world. So for me, the work that you do, the people you represent, the legacy that you inherit, and the opportunities that you create for the future are central and core to Irish foreign policy and our ability to do our jobs into the future. I hope you found the last couple of days useful and interesting. I can tell from the conversation that just happened that it was rich and warm and collegial. There are a whole range of ideas that have been put up, from an ideas bank to doing more around inclusivity, to connecting with the next generation, to linking the current generation of immigrants with those that have gone before, to voting rights that I know has come up, to making the immigrant support program as fit for purpose and modern as possible. And Aidan and the team will capture all of that and come back to you and engage with you and continue to make this a regular platform and engagement. Thankfully, we have a good structure. We have a great minister. We've had a succession of good ministers. We have a diaspora strategy. It's halfway through its term. The views you had here today and that are fed through to the Irish Abroad Unit will shape the remainder of that and the future strategies to come. Look, I'm thankful to all of you for being here most of all, but I do want to thank Sarah, who's moderated the whole session here. I want to thank our minister for being so active around the forum for the last couple of days. And I do especially want to thank my own team from the Department of Foreign Affairs, our Director General, Colin McFloyne, particularly Aidan, Director of Irish Abroad Unit. But Aidan leads, well, quite a very large team, Aidan, of really super people who took great pride and joy in delivering this and take great pride and joy in the connection and relationship they have with all of you. So safe home, everyone, and thank you for your time and input today.
I know, I'm sorry, I know you all thought you were done, but just a couple of bits more from me. Thanks very much to Joe for the closing remarks. We just have two very special bits for you now. First up, I believe we have a video that we're able to show because the team have been working very hard on collecting all this over the last couple of days. So if I get a thumbs up from the audiovisual team, we may be able to play that behind me, and then we'll move on to the second surprise.
Being back here is absolutely fantastic. It's a great way to meet other members of the community, but also to see people in real life. I've seen a lot of people over the last couple of years on Zoom. It's interesting now to see people and realise I'm not as tall as I thought I was. There's all these very tall people, but it's great to actually meet people and find out a little bit more. I think once you move away from Ireland, you lose some of what's going on in Ireland, so this is a great way to catch up.
My name is Marilyn Madigan. I'm the National President of the Ladies St. Honor of Hibernians, the largest Irish women's organization in America. I feel like I'm back home. I was here about a year ago. We come as often as we can because we have a strong connection with Ireland, both north and south. And we have built up relationships with people, and I think the relationships help us to grow our Irish global community.
Immigrant support funding is vital to the work that we do. Without this funding, we wouldn't be able to support people who are marginalised. We wouldn't be able to reach out to people who need help because they don't have supports here. We also wouldn't be able to connect Irish people going abroad with supports that are in existence around the world. So ESP funding means everything to us, quite frankly. And it is also a tangible expression of Ireland's commitment to its diaspora, and so long may it continue.
Right, we're nearly there. Just to let you know, after this next final guest, we will have lunch just out in the hall there, and then about 20 or 30 minutes in, there will be a special screening here. We've seen so many wonderful, talented filmmakers, haven't we? Another one this year was obviously the film An Irish Goodbye, and there will be a screening of that film in here just about 20 minutes into your lunch. But I am delighted to welcome to the stage now to sing us out, Danny Larkin, a musician from the Armagh-Monaghan border, tours internationally, recently toured Australia, New York, Folk Alliance in Kansas City. Danny is releasing new music as well next week and is here now to perform The Mother Within. Oh, we hope so.
What a surprise. I really wasn't expecting that one just there. Oh, thank you, Sarah. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. This song is called The Mother Within. Enjoy the rest of your day, folks.
Amazing. Well done. What a beautiful voice from Danny. You are all free to go. Enjoy your lunch. If you do want to watch that film when it's on, it will be on in here. But you're done. Well done, everyone.